sharp, actually.
Really?
Yeah.
Where were you? What was this?
West Brunswick, Crest.
Oh, okay.
Remainder of the year to have someone in the gym.
Okay. Okay, it's 9 o'clock, so we're gonna go ahead and get started. We'll call the meeting, Ops Committee meeting, portion of the meeting to order. And, first up is, well, I guess it's you. I thought it was, was Gordon.
Intro man.
Okay,
I would like to introduce Dr. Nathan Dollar, Director of Carolina Demography at the UNC Population Center, UNC Carolina Population Center. Nathan, we commissioned Nathan and his group and associates to do an updated demographic survey, of which he will be presenting right now.
welcome.
Thank y'all for having me. Good morning, everybody. So, as Craig said, my name is Nathan Dollar, and I'm Director of Carolina Demography at UNC Chapel Hill Carolina Population Center. I'm a demographer and sociologist, and we partnered with Chris Dick and Demographic Analytic Advisors on this project, this demographic study of Brunswick County schools. So I'm here to talk to you about it today. I want to be brief but thorough. The goals of the presentation today, I want to talk about our background, talk about our goals of the study, the things that we took into consideration when doing these demographic forecasts. We'll talk briefly about the current Office of State Budget and Management population forecast for Brunswick County, development in the county and its implied growth, and perhaps most importantly, the assumptions and the methodology. And then finally, we'll get to the forecasts themselves. So, background and goals. All right, so the goals of the process were really to develop a reasonable enrollment forecast for Brunswick County schools that takes into account development in the county, COVID-19 decline and rebound, potential charter and private school expansions, and historical enrollment patterns. And then given the above and potential school locations, draw two options for new attendance boundaries for a new school in the North End. So today I'm going to give you a real high-level overview of what we did. But before I begin, I want to just kind of clarify what an enrollment forecast is, and most importantly, perhaps what it is not. So an enrollment forecast is a scientific, most likely scenario based on all of our different inputs. Okay, and it's an extremely useful planning tool if used correctly and questioned and updated. What it is not is a magic ball. It's not a magic solution that can tell us with a 100% accuracy what enrollment will be in 10 years. But nor is it a random and wild guess at what enrollment will be, okay? So what do we take into consideration? Key considerations for the forecast. These are the inputs. We look at historical enrollment patterns. We look at school capacity and attendance zones. We look at demographic processes. We look at the number of historical births, migration, in and out. We look at age, sex, race, and Hispanic origin trends of the population. We also look at the built environment. We pull building permits, known development areas, especially those that are residential and not 55 plus. And we also consider timing of when those developments are going to come to fruition and actually be occupied. We also take into account some economic variables. We look at unemployment, which is largely held steady in Brunswick County. We also look at COVID-19, and COVID-19 is largely, there's a little bit of a blip in some schools. We had to not take into account the COVID year because it was such an anomaly, but things have normalized post-COVID largely. And then finally, we do also take into account North Carolina and Brunswick County specific considerations, in particular the impact of the expansion of Opportunity Scholarship Program, charter school proliferation, which has an impact on market share, right? And I will say, in Brunswick County, private school and charter schools have largely held steady. We haven't seen excessive growth like we have in other places. So the market share has largely held steady in Brunswick County. But we will be continuing to monitor. Okay, So let's talk about current population forecasts. So my colleague Mike Klein, who's the state demographer, he's at the Office of State Budget and Management, and his office is charged with producing the official estimates and population forecasts for every county in the state. As of the most recent Census Bureau data, Brunswick County is the 19th fastest growing county in all of the United States. And that is measured from July 1st, 2022 to July 1st, 2023. Now, if we go back to the census day in April of 2020 to now, Brunswick County is the 11th fastest growing county in the country. And it's also the only large county outside of Texas and Florida that's in the top 20 growing counties. So there's a lot of growth happening here, as you well know. This is from Mike Klein at the Office of State Budget and Management. And what this shows is the solid blue line here shows the observed estimates that we've seen of the population in Brunswick County. And the dotted line shows the forecasted population from 2023 out to 2050. And you can see since 2000, the population has grown pretty linearly and is projected to do so out through 2050. In fact, the population, overall population of Brunswick County is projected to surpass 250,000 by 2050.
A lot of houses to build.
So what this shows right here is the Brunswick County. One thing that we look at, we look at the age structure of the population. It's not just the overall population. We need to really have a good beat on the age structure of the population. What this shows is Brunswick County estimates and the forecast by population age. And what this shows, one thing, the two takeaways here, this kind of, I'm somewhat colorblind, the top one, the kind of aqua, whatever you want to call that color right there, shows the percent of the, shows the population, the number of the population that's age 65 and over. And you can see the number of the population 65 and over is the fastest growing, has been the fastest growing, will continue to be the fastest growing in Brunswick County. However, I do want to point out right here, oh, that's not what I wanted to do. Sorry.
I got it.
Do I have a pointer on this thing? It's okay. It's all right. Don't worry about it. I do want to point out, though, even though it's largely the older population that's moving in that's causing the bulk of the population growth here, the school-age population, that 5 to 17, which is indicated in that pink down below, the second from the bottom, it is projected to increase out through 2050. So that population, the school-age population, is projected to increase in Brunswick County. So what this shows right here is the percent. Even though the total number of the school-age children is projected to increase, as a percent of the overall population, it is projected to decrease. And the percent 65 and older, as a share of the overall population of Brunswick County, it's projected to continue to increase. I mean, currently Brunswick County is the oldest county in the state of North Carolina. The median age of Brunswick County is 56.6 years, which means half the population is younger and half the population is older than 57, right? That said, relevant to our conversation, that 5 to 17 age group is still projected to increase, but not as a percentage of the overall population. Okay, so let's talk about our inputs. Developments. This right here, this map right here shows all the approved developments in Brunswick County as of April of 2024. We continuously are getting these updated from the county and municipal planning departments. You can see this behemoth down below, that's the Williamson tract. That is, we assume that is most definitely going to have children in it. And I'll talk a little bit about our assumptions and how we go about incorporating the development data into our model. I mean, but you can see here, the Williamson tract, for instance, is 4,000 to 8,000 units. So what this shows here, well, the next thing we take into account is occupancy rate, okay? So this shows the current occupancy rate by census tract. And as you can see, there's no real surprise here. You can see along the coast, on Oak Island, the occupancy rate is a quarter, is 0.25, right? And so these are second homes. These are short-term rentals, etc. But as you get north in the county, you can see the occupancy rate increases, and that's not a surprise. It should not be a surprise to anybody. We also take into account the under 18 persons per household. Okay, so this is the under 18 persons per household by census tract in the county, and it largely maps onto our occupancy rate. Those census tracts that are more populated with full-time residents are also the same census tracts that are most likely to have more under 18 persons per household, right?
May I ask a
Yes, sir,
question?
absolutely.
Could you go back 2 slides?
Yep.
0.75. What exactly, you're saying that on average there's,
Yeah, this is an average of the county over.
so it's
this is
less
2010
than
to
1
2020.
person per unit?
Say that again? No, these are units. This isn't persons per household. This is units that are occupied. So about 3/4 of units are occupied. Three-quarters of housing units are occupied.
Okay,
average.
and then the next, so the next slide.
Yep.
60% of the units occupied have someone under 18?
That's correct.
Okay.
Yep. Okay. Assumptions and methodology. Okay, so this is where when we're thinking about how we incorporate the development data into the model, we assume that housing growth will occur at the following rates. We assume that 75% of the approved housing will be built by 2034. That's our baseline, 75%. And as you all know, if we look at the historical development data, there are projects and developments that have been approved for years and years and years, but have not started. And so this is something that we have to take into consideration. So we assume that 75% of approved housing will be built by 2034. We assume that some of this currently approved housing will begin hitting the market before the beginning of the 25-26 school year. We also assume that occupancy rates and persons per household by age will follow historical patterns from 2010 to 2020. And that's calculated at the tract level, which is what I was just showing you. And then finally, we assume that occupancy will build out on the following basis. We assume that in year 1 of completion, occupancy will be 50% of the final occupancy. And keep in mind, the projected final occupancy is the occupancy of that census tract, the historical pattern. We assume that years 2 and 3 will see linear growth to full occupancy, and that years 4 and beyond will reach full occupancy. Yes, sir.
So we just saw the occupancy rate. I don't remember seeing the persons per household.
Say that again.
I just had a question about the occupancy rates.
Mm-hmm.
You covered that. I don't recall, I may have missed it, persons per household.
That's what this one was. So, and I may have misspoke earlier. This shows that approximately in those lighter blues, approximately 0.6 persons per household that are under 18. So we take into account the occupancy, the percent of the units that are occupied, and then the percent or the persons under 18 per household that are occupied.
Okay, so our persons per household is going to be specifically focused on 18 and under?
That's true. Yeah, when we're doing this enrollment forecast, yes.
Okay.
Right.
All the beaches have,
Okay.
all the.
Are we good? Is that
property.
clear? Okay. Okay, so these are the data sets that we used. We look at ADM, average daily membership, and we usually look at month 2, principal monthly report month 2. This is common practice, delivered by grade and by school, and we look at the past 10 years. These data come directly from the from the district and also from NCDPI. We look at attendance zone boundaries, and these are the current geographic boundaries for each of the current schools. We look at decennial census data, population estimates and forecasts, which I've already gone over. We look at births. So we analyze vital statistics data, birth certificate data to look at the births to resident mothers in Brunswick County. And we get the provisional monthly data directly from the North Carolina State Center for Health Statistics. And that's 2000 through 2023. Again, then we look at approved developments, and we also look at proposed developments. These are our inputs. Our methodology for the forecast. we do a modified, what we call a modified grade progression. And so we begin with a weighted grade progression methodology. And just in simple terms, what this is we look by school and feeder school patterns. We look at the ratio of students in the prior school and prior grade last year versus the current grade this year, right? And so a ratio larger than 1 implies that there's in movement into the district. A ratio lower than 1 implies that there's attrition or there's out migration. Then we forecast this ratio into the future. We tested several different weighting regimes and finalized with a 10-year weighted average, weighting skewed slightly to more recent data. And then we add in our housing data that I just discussed, housing-based growth by attendance zone, and we take out the developments that are scheduled to be just 55-plus communities. There's clearly not going to be any school enrollment from those communities. And then we compare differences based on grade progression ratios versus housing growth. And then finally, we add in additional students based on housing growth. So this is the forecast, right? This is the overall forecast. This is enrollment actual from 2013-2014 school year to 2022-23 school year. And then the dotted line is what we forecast enrollment to be out to 2034. So we project that school enrollment is going to continue to increase at a pretty good clip in Brunswick County for the next 10 years. What this shows is ADM changes from 2015-16 school year through 2033-34 school year by selected years. And then over here in the spot on this column over here, the final column to the far right, we show the percent change in the 25-26 school year versus the 23-24 school year. And you can see on the high end, Cedar Grove Middle is projected to grow by 18.4%, Town Creek Middle 10.8%, and so on and so forth. And if you see down here at the bottom, you see Shallotte Middle projected to decrease just from 23-24 to 25-26, right? And Jessie May, Monroe Elementary, and Waccamaw Elementary. But one thing I want to turn your attention to is even those that are projected to decrease over the next year or two are projected to increase over time. Okay, so now let's look at enrollment versus capacity, actual and projected. This is where the rubber meets the road. So this is the percent of capacity by school level in the 2022-23 through 2033-34. And what we've done is we've broken this into 3 categories, kind of a stoplight here. We've got the yellow, which is green. Green is under 85%. Yellow is 85 to 95, and red is 95%. In a fast-growing district like this, we don't want to run out of space. Okay. So as soon as we're getting over 85%, we want to flag it, and we know that we may have an issue moving forward in terms of capacity. Middle school is doing the best, as you can see here. That's because Town Creek was just opened recently, and that had a big impact on the capacity strain, right? But there's definitely, we're definitely in a situation where there's a need in elementary, and you can see that here. And again, it's clear that we're beginning to run into an issue in elementary and high schools with capacity. And
just real quick, I wanted to point out to everyone that Waccamaw was pulled out separately because it's a K-8, so it didn't quite fit the model of what we were looking at here, so it's a little different.
Thank you for pointing that out. And this shows these data just by school, right here. You can see it by school. And you can see, I don't want to walk through all of this because it's self-explanatory, but just the impact that facilities can have. Town Creek was actually projected to be in the red a lot quicker than it was, but there was an expansion of classrooms there, correct? And so we adjusted our forecast based on that expansion of classrooms, and it projected it made it so the red came a lot later than it was originally forecasted. And so this shows you by school. And another way to visualize this is by census tract. So what this shows is elementary school enrollment as a percent of capacity. And again, it's the same data. We're just showing this in a different way. What you have here in the top left is the current 2023-24 school year. To the top right is 25-26 projected. Bottom left is 29-30, and then bottom right is 2033-2034. And you can see over time, capacity becomes an issue, right? And this is elementary school.
Nathan,
Yes,
could
sir.
you go back one slide real quick?
You bet.
I just wanted to point out to folks some things that they might have questions about. If you go down towards the bottom, you see North Brunswick High. You see that this school year is at 100.8% capacity, but we're in the process of finishing up a 16 classroom addition there, which is going to put us back in just the yellow. We're projecting for 3 years, and then we're going to be right back above 95%. So just 16 classrooms is going to help us out for 3 years at North. But that's the reason why there's kind of that yellow bubble there in the timeline at North.
Right. Absolutely.
Sort of the same thing at Town Creek Elementary and Town Creek Middle. You'll see there's some bubbles of yellow that are right in the middle of everything for those two schools, and it's because we're adding, I think, 16 classrooms there as well, which will give us a bubble of capacity, but then we're going to grow past it.
That's correct. Yep, absolutely. And so this is elementary. If we look at middle school is a little bit better off, and that's because we just recently built a middle school, correct? But still, I do want to point out, as we progress over the next decade, by 2033-34, every middle school is going to be over 95% capacity. And so this is something that we're going to have to continually monitor as we move forward. And then again, high school. High school's not as good as middle, but it's not as bad as elementary necessarily. But you can see high school enrollment has a percent of capacity as well. As we progress throughout the next decade, by 2033-34, we get to 95% capacity and over in every high school in the county. So, now we can open it up to more questions.
I have a question about the housing
Yes, sir.
data.
Mm-hmm.
A lot of your projections are based on housing.
That's correct. Yep.
So you take what's currently on the table in terms of approved construction,
That's correct.
and then you apply certain ratios of occupancy, people per household, and you're using that. So did you do any analysis of like the previous 10 years
Right. That's a great
to
question.
to give you some sort of a control against which to measure that?
That's a fantastic question. And essentially that is how we built this out. So we looked at grade progression ratios over the past 10 years. And then we looked at ADM over the past 2 years, right? And so we assume that moving forward and then we also looked at occupancy, and those occupancy and that persons per household number, that is the average, the mean annualized from 2010 to 2020, right? And then we look at approved and proposed developments and assume that they're going to grow out as they have in the past 10 years, right? And so the history of the last decade is built into it.
Okay.
Yep.
Craig, what would you say the average construction time is for an elementary, a middle, and a high school? Like once we have the land, like what would construction time be?
Well, design is usually 10 to 12 months for a 600 student elementary school. Construction would probably be 16 to 18 months. For larger schools, for say the middle school we built took probably approximately 1 year and probably 9 months. So we're talking a design, almost a year of design, figure for a moderate sized school, you get another, it would total up to about 2.5 years. 3 years for a bigger school.
I would agree with you.
So that's 3 years from the, let's just say the date of closing on a purchase?
Well, 3 years from the start of design.
Okay.
And you really don't want to do design unless you have the piece of property.
So the earliest you could expect to have a school would be 3 years from the date of closing?
For a large school,
Okay.
1,000 students.
You said you based that on 1,000 for a larger school? Is
Yeah.
that what your number is? Okay.
And that's, my experience has been 2.5, counting a year of design, 2.5 years for an elementary school of say 600 students or less. And then once you get up to middle school, high school, which is gonna be closer to 1,000 or more, you can count on 3 years. Year of design, 2 years to build. Typically, that's what I've seen.
And in your projections, it appears that moving district lines doesn't necessarily create any relief either, because all of the schools are gonna be over capacity.
Over the next 10 years, yeah, absolutely. Well, I should say they're gonna be, all of them are gonna be.
They're all gonna be red.
95%.
Yeah, they're all gonna be
They're all
red.
gonna be
Yeah.
red, that's correct, yeah.
So do you have any, it's not part of your presentation, but do you have any sort of like building timeline do you ever take that into consideration? So in other words, if we're saying, so what do we need to do? You know,
Right.
and
right.
when do we need to start? Where do we need to start? I mean, is that part of what you do? You sort of, or do you just say, you gotta start?
Well, so, our goal is largely to show you where you're gonna see the growth, and then, the local contact, the local knowledge that you all have, that Craig and his team have, is kind of in y'all's hands at this point, right? To kind of plan, like, hey, this is where we need to start focusing on.
Right, we can propose, and they also can work on this together, a location, and then have them come up with proposed attendance zone changes. So to see how it would impact the adjacent schools, we can do that. And phase 2 of their work is to help us with attendance rezoning for a proposed North End school.
Right.
Yeah, that was sort of our next step, phase 2. That wasn't a part of what we quoted out in this part of the work. So if I was gonna come to the board with a quote from them on this next step of work where they look at the data and give us some ideas about where they feel based on the data, we should start looking at trying to buy land over the next 10 years and build schools to try to stay ahead of this growth.
Okay.
So,
And I'll say part of that, we're trying to get some more refined data on student address data over the last decade, so we can tie it to development data and have a much better picture of how many school-age kids per household actually were. We're using estimates from the Census Bureau, right?
Right.
So, but we can get more refined, localized data. We can really get a much finer, more refined estimate in that.
Ask you, on the charter and private schools, when you say it's a steady growth, what kind of growth is that?
Well, so I didn't say, it was, so it's been fairly consistent. I have to go back and look at the data. I don't have that data in front of me
I
right
mean,
now.
percentage-wise, what you said percentage-wise for the county is private and charter schools.
Again, I
Do you
don't
know?
have that right in front of me, but I can produce
Okay,
that.
I mean, if it's growing, so you need to compensate that, consider that as well. because-
Right. What we've
that's-
done is we have held that growth constant. We've looked at the past decade, and we don't see any big blips. We haven't seen it now. There is an X factor with the expansion of the Opportunity Scholarship Program.
And homeschooling.
and
Do you take
homeschooling.
homeschooling into account too?
We do take homeschooling into account. We take all of market share. That data comes to the Department of Administration and private school data as well. Now, the private school is the one that's probably the biggest X factor because we just don't really know. It's impossible right now for us to know how that's going to play out. And we have to watch the legislative session. And I mean, regardless of how one feels about private schools or it does have an effect on market share. And so for somebody in your position, you have to take that into account. How is that going to affect our ADM moving forward? And so it is kind of it's the biggest X factor right now. We just
Because
don't really know.
there are only 3 schools that are approved for the
opportunity.
Thank you, in the county that are approved. So you've got that, but then you've also got regular, the private school that people are paying for.
Right.
So that's 2 different numbers.
Well, we have
So,
both of those.
Okay.
We've got private school enrollment. But again, what we've done is we've kind of held that growth, we looked at the mean annualized and we've held that growth constant moving forward. For now, we may have had to make adjustments moving forward depending on how things play out. But that's kind of one of those moving targets that we're really paying attention to.
So in keeping that constant, you took that in consideration with these numbers you presented today?
That's correct, yeah. And again, the growth, we consider the growth would be constant.
Just real quick, I looked up and over the past 2 years in Brunswick County, 8 to 11% of the students attend charter schools, and 693 students were enrolled in private schools in Brunswick County in 21-22.
Does anybody have any more questions?
So
Quick question for you. So you mentioned that you calculated the residential permits and residential project approvals in the county and the municipal planning departments.
We got this directly from those respective departments.
So for Brunswick County, we actually classify multifamily and apartments as commercial. So did you take a
We
look
take
at
that,
those?
we take that into account. Yeah.
Because we're seeing a lot of multifamily growth. I want to make sure that piece wasn't missed.
Yes, absolutely. That would be a huge problem if we didn't pick that up. I think that's a good question.
Yeah, I was just going to say, I don't have any science behind this, but I've kind of almost always lived at the coast. And in developed areas like this, it seems like the first wave that comes in, it tends to be much larger houses, retirees. But then after about the first 15 years, it seems like families kind of move in to those homes to either help take care of the retirees who have become more advanced in age, or those retirees sell, they move back home or somewhere else, and then sort of the second wave tends, in places where I've lived, has been more families. And so that's a little bit, another thing about Brunswick County I worry about is it seems like we're kind of in that second wave sort of territory where it seems like we're going to have more families moving in. And when I look at this projection,
Well, we expect families to move in.
Yeah.
We do. We don't expect all the migration to be wealthy retirees. But to your point earlier, one of the things that we really do that we are doing is taking into account the context of not just of those developments and where they are along in the process. Because you can't just take them at face value. So one thing that we want to do in phase 2 is do a lot more ground truthing, making sure where these developments, these approved developments, what stage are they, and maybe even reach out to developers themselves and talk to them about their realistic timelines so we can get a much better, more localized data point on what we can reasonably expect these buildings, these housing units to be built out, and then we can build that into a more refined model.
Ms. Cook, just to finish up your question, I just found that last school year in Brunswick County, there were 1,183 homeschooled students. And to give you some reference, we currently have over 13,000 students in Brunswick County schools.
And one thing that we may see moving forward, again, is we don't know. You may see homeschools convert into private schools. But again, it's an unknowable data point at this point.
It's still probably the same people,
Yeah,
but it's just a difference.
and what we expect for the
different
next few
category.
years, we don't expect the expansion of Opportunity Scholarship to have an impact on market share at all over the next few years. Now, moving into the 10-year territory, that's where we really need to start paying attention. But what you'll probably see over the next few years is people who are already going to private school just taking advantage of the Opportunity Scholarship.
There aren't a lot of rules around what constitutes a homeschool or a private school, so if you're homeschooling and you have 3 or 4 kids, if you can establish yourself as a private school instead of a homeschool, now you can get Opportunity Scholarship tax dollars.
Right. Yes, sir.
Nathan, is there any data to provide insight on the charter and the private school question as counties maybe tend to urbanize a little bit? Any data from like a Mecklenburg or Wake County or maybe a Johnson County where there's been a little bit of a transition to more population? Does that translate into upward pressures for privates and charters?
Certainly there are more private schools in urban counties and more charter schools in urban counties. That's just because there's more schools. there's just more people, there's more students, and there's also the population tends to be younger, right? Because over the last 30 years, North Carolina has been urbanizing as everywhere in the country has. But the charter school patterning is not really, it's not strictly an urban thing. You see a lot of charter schools in rural counties, for example, in the Northeast, they may be less people and less schools, but sometimes in rural counties they have larger market share. So it's not a one-to-one like you would think it would be. So, I mean, we do have data and we can analyze those trends and patterns over time, but it's not as clear of a correlation between urban and market share as you would think.
Well, Dr. Dollar, we appreciate you being here. By the way, you ought to copyright that name, Dr. Dollar. I love that name. Appreciate you being here.
Thank you for having me.
I was remiss, I guess, in not recognizing our public officials who are here today. And I know, among others, we have four of our county commissioners, I believe. We have four, right? Mr. Williams, I think he had excused himself he was out of town or indisposed for some reason, but Commissioner Sykes, Forte, Thompson, and Marty are all here, and we certainly appreciate you guys showing up because we're going to be having to get your input to come to terms with some of the data that we've all seen this morning. So, thanks a lot.
Thank y'all so much for having me. I appreciate it.
Larry, I wanted to make a little change in the order and get Deborah to come on up if we can and take care of her portion of the program today.
We're gonna be here a long time.
Welcome.
Thank you.
You have the floor.
So today we're bringing you the milestone CCTV upgrade for the district. The board approved this in February of this year. We sent it to the county. The county is returning it to us. They found that they did not need to approve it, that it can be approved here at this level. So the current status is that we have two vendors. We have the servers coming from Cambridge Computer Services, and then we have the A3 communication contract, which is all the licensing for the software as well as the contract services. So we're asking that the board, you've already approved it, but if you will approve it again, I guess, and move it to consent for the May 7th board meeting.
Anyone opposed to putting this on consent for May?
Thank you.
Thank you very much.
Ms. Deborah's going to go first with the new addition.
Okay.
Good morning again.
Good morning.
Hey, Craig.
I have a couple items. First item is just a presentation of allowance items. North Brunswick High School, we've had a couple of minor changes. Basically these come out of existing allowances. We started out with approximately $1.1 million in allowances. When the job was awarded, we took $3.5 million out of the cost of work and moved it on over to allowances. And through this period, we've spent approximately $250,000 of that, which represents 1.1% of the construction cost. So just an information item.
Okay.
So that's any questions on what you see.
Well, I mean, it looks like you guys are managing that contingency fund pretty well. And you're going to update us on all three of these, or was that
Well, I've got North Brunswick, yes. I've got, the next one I have is Town Creek, the Town Creek edition.
Yeah.
We've, there again, a couple of small changes. Contingency started at $331,000. This is really the first items that have come out of that. And that's Town Creek Phase 1, which we're heading to completion in August of this year. The next item is, it's a Town Creek Phase 2 early package. We were authorized for pre-construction. The county executed the contract. Basically, we put out an early package to try and get the noisy work done that's adjacent to, it's on the other side of the quarter. And that consists of concrete, metal studs, metal joists, metal decking, and we're gonna try and get that wrapped up before the students come back. The $1.7 million is within the project estimate for those line items, and it falls within the parameters of the existing contract. So we would like this on consent. Obviously, the faster we cut it loose, the faster they can get shop drawings underway and all. And you know, so, but we're asking for consent because that's the way we do stuff.
One thing I want to point out, I think it's a little bit possibly confusing. We call it a change order. It's really more of an authorization order. Nothing's really changed here. So this is just the next step in executing this contract. So I just wanted to make sure that, you know, there wasn't some confusion, like what are we changing? We're not changing anything. We're just authorizing the next step.
Okay.
Anybody have any questions about that for Craig? Any questions about advancing it to the consent agenda?
And just to reiterate, the purpose of this is so that there's a certain amount of much more noisy work that has to be done when we add the other side of this building. And so once we get into next school year, obviously, we're going to have fourth graders in those new classrooms. And so we would like to get as much of the noisy work done this summer as we could. And that's the purpose behind it.
Any questions? Okay, thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you, Craig.
We're gonna illegal meeting going on.
There might.
Let's call the police.
Yeah.
Not on here, but an additional note, we got good news on our press box installation schedule at all three high schools for the football press box replacement. They're all on schedule to be completed by May 17th currently. That's full installment, electrical, everything. So that would be, 2-3 weeks well ahead of graduation. So looking good on that project.
Good. Let's stay on them. Thanks, Larry.
Okay, we have several items for consent this morning. We did the Olivia roof approval last month. We have 3 more smaller sectional roof jobs put on consent. We got good bids. We had 5 or 6 bids on each one, and 3 different contractors received these bids. The first one is Union. It was for $176,316 by Industrial Contract Services. And I put a map with each one of these consent items so that you can see what area of the school is actually being replaced. These were all part of our 5-year plan that were scheduled to be done by 2026 or 27, and we moved them up because of the condition of the roofs. It was no longer better to do repairs than replace, basically. Wasn't cost effective.
And that's the case with all 3 of these
Yes, sir.
recommendations.
And I can go through each one and you can approve it. The second one is Southport Highland Roofing. We've done a lot of work with them. This is the admin office area and hallway. The total cost is $602,518. And Waccamaw is Owens Roofing, received that bid for $456,000, and that is the cafeteria and the 2 adjacent classroom areas beside it. So we would like to ask for consent for all three of those roofing jobs. They would be done this summer.
Okay. Anybody have any questions for Mr. Smith?
Consent sounds good to me.
Fine with me.
Consent, okay with everyone? Okay.
Yeah.
So we'll move those three items to consent, Larry. Thank you.
Yes, sir. Next is the Belleville Elementary Fire Alarm System replacement. That is a proprietary alarm system currently there. It's 25 years old. The parts are very obsolete and hard to find, and we're getting more and more smoke detector failures there. And if it went down, we would have to do an emergency replacement there, and we would have to do a fire watch until the new system is installed. And those parts, they're getting harder and harder to find and going up every day. So we had money allotted in the bond for fire alarm replacement. We did supply last summer. We feel like this is our next priority replacement item.
And those schools are similar in age too, aren't they?
Yes, sir. Yeah, late 90s. So we received a bid from Hooks Alarm, Burglar and Alarm Fire Company in an amount of $373,000. For comparison, supply was $327,000 last year, and Belleville is a larger school. And we're asking for consent.
Questions? Any objections to adding this to consent? Okay.
Okay, next we have a custodial contract amendment, and we went through this last year about this time. We currently had $5,921,264 in our total custodial allotment for the year. That is our custodians and contracted custodians. We have an agreement with Complete Cleaning to use at least 5 and more as needed of their contracted custodial workers. They do a really good job of immediately getting us staff when we have shortages, or we have someone quit or go out on leave in a hurry, and that process of hiring a new employee can take 6-8 weeks, and they can immediately get us someone in most of the time. So that's kind of how we work with them. We ran out of funding for Complete Cleaning this month, so we're asking for $82,432 to get us through June 30th with them. So that would be 7 custodians, 5 that was in our agreement, and 2 more substitutes to use, because we currently have 8 or 9 custodial openings, and that would cover almost all of our staffing, and that would be them working 40 hours a week full time. That's the maximum amount we would use. But the good news is, so far this year, we've only expended 67% of our custodial funding, and that projects out through June 30th to a total of 85%. So that's an $888,000 savings. That's basically due to people that don't work 40 hours in a week or miss days and things like that without pay. So our total budget is well below expected amount for the year.
Okay, so just to recap that, then what you're saying is the $82,432 is not an additional cost to the district.
No, it all comes out of the kind of the
We're
same.
we're going to be in effect taking what we aren't spending in our budget. We're going to take what we're saving in our
Custodial.
labor budget for custodial services. We're going to be taking that money and using it to
For contract
to
service.
increase the contract with Complete Cleaning.
Yes, sir.
Okay.
We'll still wind up well over 10% of the budget for the year, for sure.
Does that sound right to you, Sherry? Okay.
I already ran
You're
it
sitting
by her.
right there. We got to ask her.
I had
Right?
to run it by her first.
Yeah. All right. Well, Sherry says we can do that. So, and Larry says we can do that. So, does anybody have any questions? Any objections to placing this on consent? Very good.
Okay, we have a policy change, and I think most everyone's aware of this. It took a while to get in place. This is requiring anyone that's using our facilities to go through a background check using the same company that we use for all of our employees, BIP. it took a little while to get this in place because we had to work with BIB and set up a program that would allow us to go in and be able to review all of these applications. So what we've done is made changes to basically require any one facility use, whether they're a volunteer or a staff member, they have to contact BIB, they have to fill out a background check, and they have to pay for it. The school system is not responsible for any cost involved. And then the organization that is renting our facility has to submit a form that lists every volunteer or staff member that would be using the facility. We can then, if we wish, we have the access to go into that program and look at those background checks that they submitted. So if we have any suspicions or any cause for concern, we have the ability to do that. So this we feel like makes our schools safer, our students safer, and protects us at the same time. Other than that, we just condensed the policy. We found out we had two versions, one that was online and one that we had a copy of somehow. So we did streamline it just a little, took out some of the repetitive language in it, but there are no other major changes to what we're doing. Facility use, just the background check.
So do we need to actually bring this, I mean, if you're asking us to approve it today, correct?
Yes.
Okay. Do we need to bring this up in the policy committee, curriculum and policy? Or can we go ahead and act on it under ops?
I don't know why I don't think that's important.
Pardon?
I don't think what committee that goes through is that important.
Okay.
We're all here for all of it anyway.
All right. So, yeah, just a sort of a parliamentary procedure question. Is that it?
Yes, sir.
Any
I have
questions,
one more
anybody? Pardon?
I have one more item.
Well, let's,
Once you do this.
yeah.
that's it
You're
for
gonna
this.
waive the second reading.
Larry, is there any reason why it has to be approved today?
No, it can go through consent.
I would advise that it go through consent and
Absolutely.
we approve it in May,
Okay.
if that's
Because
okay.
we only approve
Second
things in
reading.
committee, that are on a specific timeline or have an
That is
expiration.
correct, yeah. That was my intent, I'm sorry, I should have stated it earlier.
Go on consent or as an action item?
Consent.
I would consent for May.
Okay.
That was my
Well, that was what I thought we were approving, was to put it on consent.
Yes, yes,
Yeah.
yes, sir.
Okay.
All right, and the last item is, last month I gave you information on the warehouse property purchase that operations is seeking. This month I would like to ask your permission to actually close on May 7th on this property in Charlotte at a cost of $5.1 million.
Well, I mean, we've already approved the purchase. What are we doing here? We're just.
Well, we hadn't put it on consent yet.
Right.
It was an information item,
But
but this is
we have
actually
it, we have it under
putting before the board.
contract.
Right, this is actually putting before the board to follow through with closing on
Okay.
May 7th.
And that falls under the bond funds.
Yeah, it does.
Does it?
Okay.
Does anybody have any questions about this? I mean, we have talked about it quite a bit over the last few months in closed session, since it's a real estate item. Any other questions? So are we, what are we putting this, another item on, is this another item for consent, or is this?
This is consent item, yes, sir.
Okay, because all right. Anybody have any objections to advancing this to consent? Because as we said, for those out in the audience, we've been talking about this in closed session at length and vetting this entire thing for several months now. So just like you to know that we don't just willy-nilly authorize to consent $5 million purchases typically. Any other comments in that regard?
Yeah, I would just say that again, I mean, this ties into sort of the demographic report that we got this morning. As our county grows and as we add schools, we also add people, we also add materials, we add material needs. And we have to have storage for those materials. And currently, our operations building at the back has no storage. So we're kind of using a hodgepodge of a couple empty classrooms here and there, some barns that we've rented. And as our schools fill, we're going to have to reclaim those classrooms for students. We just don't have any storage. So this was an opportunity that came along that when you look at the per square foot cost, we felt was a very good deal. And it's a purchase to prepare for the future. And because we are going to need more space. It's also located down towards Shallotte, which is an area that we don't really have a lot of facilities. So it'll give us a spot to be able to stage some things, you know, and so it's a good location for us as well.
And it's not just about storage. Storage is an immediate
Right.
need that this will help us to take care of. It's more about, as Mr. Cole just stated, it's more about being prepared for some of the impacts of the growth that's coming. And tell them about the leases.
Yes, so as a part of this purchase, Larry may have to help me with the exact numbers, but I think there are 5 office storefronts. Six that are currently also a part of this purchase. All 6 of those office storefronts are currently leased by different.
Well, one is empty and 5 are currently being leased.
Okay.
One has 2 offices. One customer has 2, so there's 4 leasees, but they're using 5.
But they're using 5 of the spaces, and they're on annual or monthly leases at this point.
Correct.
It's our intention to continue leasing those because we don't need those office spaces just yet. We project we'll need them down the line, but until we do need them, we feel like we can use those funds to do some work in the warehouse of some rebranding, that sort of thing that we need to do once we make the purchase. And the county is also going to use part of this warehouse space. I believe it's 40%. Is that correct, Larry?
Yes, sir.
Yeah, and so they, of the HVAC warehouse space, the county, they have a need for space as well for the same reasons that we do. And so they have asked, and the board has agreed to allow them to use up to 40% of the HVAC warehouse, and they've agreed also to pay for 40% of the utilities as well because of the space that they're using.
Yeah. And that income will allow us to some of the expenditures it's going to take to get the warehouse to where we need it. Pull the carpet up, refinish the floor, build some walls or a room for storage, some things like that that we know are going to cost a considerable amount of money, and that'll allow us to do it without having to take out of our capital funding each year, offset those costs.
And this 2680 Express Drive, what's the name of that? What's the name that people might be familiar with?
Summer home.
Summer home.
Summer Home Furniture.
Used to be,
Yeah,
yes.
it's a 3-part. It's three. There are 3 separate buildings on the parcel. The offices, the suite of offices across the front, the large warehouse. Well, the large, I guess, showroom it used to be, that you can see from the highway. And then in the back, there's also a sort of a receiving area, warehouse receiving area. So it's multiple buildings, got capability for a lot of different uses. And so we're very excited about it.
Molly just noted, the board meeting is actually May 7th when we have closing scheduled. So we would not need to do closing that day if it's going to be approved that night. So we can push, we could push back closing if you want to take it to the board. We'll push it back whenever a day is or 2 after the board meeting when it's approved.
Yeah, push it back a couple of days, whatever you got.
I'll call, we'll make it, it's not a big deal. All right, anything else on the warehouse or anything else for operations? Thank you.
So we got through that agenda. That was a big agenda. We got through it pretty quickly. What was it?
Are you coming up?
Gordon?
Yeah.
You were
Okay.
almost
Yeah.
overlooked you. I'm sorry.
I got you.
Ms. Moffitt,
Yes, sir.
if I could point out real quick, it's Mr. Gainey's birthday. We want to wish him a happy
Yeah.
birthday.
No place you'd rather be, right?
That's right.
No other place.
Yeah.
That's right. Where's the cake?
Yeah, I don't.
If you would tell
Wait till
someone, we would
lunch.
bring you a cake.
Wait till lunch.
You come do a half-day board meeting on your birthday on a sunny day. How about it, Mr. Gandy? That's dedication. Dedication.
Good morning. This is just an information item about a revision recently made on the Board of Education homepage. So you'll see there, previously read that the board does not interfere with the personnel operations of the school system. The principals hire the teachers and assign the teaching assignments. The superintendent hires the principals and makes the school assignments. The board does not oversee the day-to-day operations of the school system. So we have revised that to read under what the board does not do is the board does not interfere with the day-to-day operations of the school system. We've also added a bullet point under what is the role of the Board of Education. It's at the bottom. It says to act as the final authority on all offers of employment, promotions, and employment non-renewals as recommended by the superintendent. Like I said, this is just an information item.
That's a question. What does statute say the role of the board is? Policy is the main, it's got, create policies and courts and state laws.
Policy, budget.
To hire support.
The statute, and I had read it, pretty much states what that last bullet point states.
And this is all
That
aligned
comes
with the
from
school
just about
association.
verbatim
Yeah,
from
correct.
statute.
Well, that's, yeah.
So I'll just say I wasn't aware of what was this page that was up there before and what was stated before. I think the intention probably, because I've attended some School Boards Association trainings, and in general is correct that the principals for the staff at their school, they put together the applications, they decide who they interview, they decide who they recommend. That recommendation comes to HR and the superintendent's office, which we then vet and check, and then it ultimately goes to the board. But the verbiage that was used, that the principals hire, by statute, that is not correct. The Board of Education is the only entity that makes decisions on contracts for any school system in North Carolina. I don't quite know how it works in other states. I focus on North Carolina. And so we just felt like that was misleading. And so we wanted to go ahead and make this adjustment to make sure people understood, that everyone else recommends. Only the board has the authority to sign and approve contracts or to non-renew contracts.
Should it I'm sorry. It says to act as the final authority on all offers of employment.
Mm-hmm.
So should it have the word approval in there somewhere? Is authority, I guess, is approval.
That's
Y'all
the
have to
final
understand.
authority.
Okay, final authority. Okay.
Thank you.
Very good. I believe that concludes today's Operations Committee meeting. So next up will be curriculum.
Okay, so we'll call to order the Curriculum and Policy Committee. And if I had been able to wish you a happy birthday, I was going to suggest that we all sing, but Mr. Barger beat me to it. So
Still not the
I know we could sing, right.
We're not over yet.
We'll sing at the end.
Well, you're
Steve.
being recorded, so
I know,
keep that-
right,
keep
right.
that,
Keep that
in mind.
Well, Catherine wanted to sing a solo. So.
Okay, that's fine.
But anyway, happy birthday,
Thanks.
and what a place to be on your birthday. So,
Thank you very much.
so we'll call for the presentation of the strategic plan, Mr. Cole. He's going to discuss the NC Peak Education Strategic Plan.
Thank you, members of the board. And this process has been a lot of fun for us, I think, all along. It's always wonderful to get out in the community and talk to people about what their expectations are for the school district, what their aspirations are for their students, their children, and our teachers. We have spent a lot of time this year with NCP facilitating this work in meeting with all different kinds of stakeholders all across the county. Today, what I'm sharing with you is just the first draft. And so we are not approving this today. I'm not going to go through and read it all to you word for word because you're going to have time to do that. Remember that our goal is to have an approved 5-year strategic plan at the latest by the June board meeting, so that when we get into July and we get into a new fiscal year, we can ensure that we align how we spend our funds, our effort, and our time towards the priorities that are defined in this 5-year strategic plan. So that's kind of the goal. If we approve it earlier, great, but certainly by the June board meeting, we would like to have something approved, because by that time, we should have an idea of what our funding is going to look like, and it's going to be time to start ordering stuff and entering into contracts. So it will be great to have our priorities set at that point. So if you just flip through, I'm just going to kind of hit an overview so we first have a table of contents. There's a superintendent's message, which I thought was important for me to share with anyone that was reading our plan. I do want to point out too, as a part of this work, you'll notice that underneath my picture there's a logo. We made a change to the logo, and we're currently working on a new logo. We're going to have some options to bring towards the board as well. We felt like with a 5-year strategic plan, it will be a good time for a little bit of rebranding as well. We really like the new logo that the county just commissioned, and so that's something that we're working on as well. But as a suggestion, we kind of have added a motto in here to our existing logo around the outside circle. It says, "One community, one goal, Brunswick built." And so that's just a little bit of a change that I wanted to point out. So you can flip over to the next page, and you'll see our overview where we have our suggested vision and mission, as well as the focus of our 5 strategic priorities. So with the vision, a vision is an aspiration. It's something that we want to try to achieve over the next 5 years. One community, one goal, building tomorrow's leaders by achieving excellence today. We believe that teaching our students how to be leaders is extremely important. And we believe that everyone leads in some shape, form, or fashion. And we want to make sure that that's in a positive way. We want to make sure that our students understand what it means to be a leader, even just at the local level, in their local community, in the county, in their church, in whatever way they choose to make a difference. We just feel that it's important for our students to understand that it matters to be a leader in some kind of way during your life. And we believe that we also want to have a sense of urgency about everything that we do. So when we plug in by achieving excellence today, that's what we're trying to push, is the idea of a growth mindset. Every day there's a way to get better. And we don't want to wait. There's no reason to put off excellence. There's no reason to put off growth. If we can get better today, then let's do that. So just trying to find and create a sense of urgency throughout our school district. And we believe that that'll expand out into our community and into the future. Our mission is more a statement of what we come to work to do every day. So Brunswick County Schools is the foundation of excellence that prepares every student for leadership and life. We believe that we are the foundation in K-12 for everything that comes after. So we wanted to be very specific about that in our mission statement. Everything that we do, K through 12, builds upon itself year by year, month by month, day by day. We build the foundation, and we launch our students into the adult world, hopefully with the skills and a plan for what they want to do next. And if we prepared them for that next step, whatever they've chosen to do, then we've done our jobs. So we want to be the foundation of excellence that prepares every student for leadership and life, because we believe leadership and life should be intertwined. We have a focus of 5 strategic priorities, which are across the bottom. So student success, student services that remove obstacles to student success, community engagement, because we believe that our success depends on the partnerships and support of the community that we serve. Obviously, quality staff and efficient and effective operations. So during this process, we created focus groups. I felt that it was important that we had sort of a timeline where we explained our process. That's what this page is about. We also wanted to make sure that everyone that we could keep track of that contributed, that they got credit for that, because they gave of their time, whether it was a parent, a teacher, the board, or anyone else. We wanted to make sure that that people were recognized for the time they gave to us during this process, and that we extended a sincere thank you to them for that. So we have a timeline of, we had focus groups in November of 2023. We had district and community surveys in December of 23. We had a review of feedback and data sources January through March. We had a goal setting and drafting of the plan, several meetings between March and April. And now we're in the process of gathering feedback on our first draft so that we can make changes as needed. And then, of course, we have our goal of the Board of Education adopting and approving the strategic plan in June. We listed our Board of Education members, our district leadership strategic planning members, and then other planning team members down below. So all of these folks were involved, and it's a pretty long list. Next, our pages go into our different sort of buckets and the goals underneath each. So just in that introductory part, does anyone have any questions at this point? Okay. So goal 1.1, by 2029, 100% of Brunswick County schools will meet or exceed growth. So we're defining that by school. We want all of our schools to meet or exceed growth according to EVOS, which is the value-added data system that North Carolina Department of Public Instruction uses to measure growth across our state. And then we list action items that we intend to carry out as a school district to make sure that this happens. And the framework is the same for each of these goals. I'm not going to go through and read all of these word for word, but certainly this document has been released so folks can read through them as well as the board, and we can take feedback and answer questions between now and May 7th and discuss it further if need be.
Mr. Cole, I believe it's the board's intent to actually have a workshop for this.
Okay.
So we'll discuss a date.
I think that's an excellent idea to have the time to just kind of have a work session to dig into it. So, goal 1.2, by 2029, 100% of BCS K-12 students will have access to work-based learning opportunities, connecting education with real-world experiences for career readiness. We want to improve access for all of our students to work-based learning opportunities. Obviously, that's going to look different for our elementary school students than it will for our high school students. But we want to have business members coming in and sharing information about careers with all of our students, but particularly our elementary students when they're in the formative stages of kind of learning about the world and careers. As we move them into middle school, we want to continue with that, but we also want to take our students into businesses and have job shadowing opportunities where groups of students can go into a business that they've expressed interest in and learn more about it on site. So we'll kind of build more into career exploration and specifics in middle school. And then as we go into high school and students are entering specific CTE pathways, we want to have job internship opportunities for students. Because a lot of people don't realize it, but all of our students in high school can earn up to two graduation credits for job internships, whether they're paid or voluntary. And that's a great way for our students to explore careers in high school. Then we move into our second area, which is student services. Goal 2.1, by 2029, BCS will ensure 100% of students have access to a multi-tiered system of support focused on developing the whole child with the support of engaging families. So it's important, MTSS is a lot of times how we refer to it because we love acronyms in public education. But a multi-tiered system of supports, when you're talking about academics, it really follows the medical model, so that tier 1 is just core instruction. That is instruction that everybody gets with a certain amount of differentiation, just based on the idea that each student is a little different. In the medical field, everyone gets a certain level of medical care every time they go into the doctor's office. One of the things is, you're really kind of asked to have a personal care provider, like someone who's really in charge of managing your health. And then for us, that's the teacher. They're sort of the provider for our students. And in the medical office, the doctor ensures that everyone gets a certain amount of the same thing, of checking your blood pressure, checking your weight, taking a blood sample. All of these things that allow them to be proactive with health care. That's sort of tier 1 services in an academic area in a classroom is that everyone gets sort of the standard protocol initially. And most people are going to be able to remain healthy for a pretty extended period of time as long as they take care of those proactive things. But not everyone will. There will be a group of people that need some additional services, whether it be a prescribed medicine or something like that, that they're going to need to remain healthy. Those are your tier 2 services. And the classroom is the same way. Not every student is going to be successful with sort of the standard core instruction that we offer in our classrooms, and they're going to need a little bit more to put them over the top and to make growth and to reach towards grade level proficiency. And then, again, going back to that healthcare metaphor, there are some folks that require a tremendous amount of extra services in the medical field. In our classrooms, we refer to that as our tier 3 students, because in some of our classrooms, and it's typically a smaller percentage. If we're doing a great job of tier 1 and tier 2, our tier 3 students should be somewhere around 5% of our students. But those 5% are going to require a lot of support services in order to be successful academically. So I just want to make sure everyone has an understanding when we're talking about multi-tiered systems of support. That's what we're talking about specific to academics, is levels of support based on student need. But our goal is for our core to be so strong, our tier 1 core instruction to be so strong that 80+% of our students are grade level proficient. I mean, that's our goal. And so we're not there yet, but we're working towards it. Our next area is community engagement, which is goal 3.1. By June 2029, BCS will improve community engagement, increase professional learning opportunities for students, and solidify new community partnerships to enhance student success. And so some of the action items under this goal, this is where you'll see that there's always a lot of crossover in areas and actions that we carry out. But we believe that we can improve in community engagement in our schools by contacting business owners and convincing them to offer internships to our students. We believe that our students are our best ambassadors. And we believe that when our students get out and work in businesses, our experience is that our partners are always impressed by our students. And so we want to make sure we expose as many people as possible to our high school students through internships. We believe that helps the community. It helps connect businesses to our schools, which benefits our district, and it helps our students explore careers so that hopefully they go to college with a much better idea of what they want to do, which allows them to save money. Because if they know what they want to do, they can go to a college that provides that pathway, and they can immediately get to work, and they don't have to waste time taking classes that are exploratory in nature. And really, with the advent of Career and College Promise, and many of our students graduating from high school with 1 and even 2 years of college done, they don't really have time anymore. When they land on a university campus, a 4-year university campus, with a 2-year degree, they got to get to work. They got to know what they're doing, or they're wasting time. Goal 4.1 is underneath the category of quality staff. By 2029, Brunswick County Schools will actively recruit and retain highly effective staff. This goes into some of the planning areas of things that we feel like we need to do to improve our ability to recruit, hire, and retain the most high-quality staff, and especially teachers that we can, because we're in a people business, and this is a critical need. So for example, we want to implement a formal recruitment plan. We don't really have that just yet, so we want to get that down on paper of exactly how we go about doing that. Goal 4.2, again under quality staff, by 2029, Brunswick County Schools will fully implement a program to recognize and reward high-performing staff. Again, it falls under just what the kinds of things we need to do to attract the best people and keep them. Goal 4.3, by 2029, Brunswick County Schools will fully implement a robust beginning teacher support program. We have a lot more beginning teachers these days than we used to. Obviously, all across the state, there's quite a large group of teachers across the state and in Brunswick County that have 27 to 30 plus years of experience. And a lot of those teachers are going to retire over the next 5 years. And we need to have a plan in place of how we're going to support beginning teachers. Recent data across the state shows that we have a much larger percentage of what we call lateral entry teachers coming in to take these positions, or now they call them residency teachers. And that's folks with 4-year degrees from the private sector coming in who have a related degree in the content area, but they don't necessarily know how to teach. And I know a lot of people think that, anybody can teach, but I can tell you that's not true. And so just because you know a subject does not mean that you can teach that subject and impart that knowledge to teenagers or younger. So they all need support from us. And so we feel like we've got to build a more robust support program for our beginning teachers and our lateral entry teachers to handle what's going to happen over the next 5 years. And then goal 5.1, effective and efficient operations. By integrating all of our resources, Brunswick County Schools will ensure that 100% of all facilities are secure and welcoming environments. This falls under, we want to make sure that all of our schools, when they have financial audits, that they have audits with no findings. We want to make sure that we're making the most conservative and best use of taxpayer dollars in everything that we do. And we also want to continue to make sure that we upgrade our security systems, our programs, and our training. We want to make the best use of the dollars that the taxpayers give us to achieve our vision and mission in Brunswick County Schools. And then the last page, what we put together is a one-pager of metrics that we use that are aligned to each of these goals. And we've just kind of put down sort of a first draft of metrics and numbers that we would like to shoot for each year to show improvement. And so you can see how each of those are aligned to each of our goals. Again, this is just the first draft. Certainly the next step is for the board to take a look at this and take feedback from the community and anyone else, and we will continue to work to improve it between now and June. Any questions?
I just wanted to reiterate that the focus groups began in November, but we were talking about this, last June, May, a year ago. So it's been a long process.
Yes, absolutely.
And so there's been a lot of data collected and a lot of feedback, and a lot of people from the community participated, which was great to see. So yeah, just
it was very fortunate timing for me as a new superintendent, because it just so happened I was hired in the 5th year of a 5-year strategic plan. So I was kind of able to be a part of all of this. And it really, by attending those focus groups and looking at survey data, it really helped me get a much quicker, better understanding of what our communities want out of the school district. So it was very fortuitous for me as well.
And I think one of the most positive things is also the community engagement, just getting our students plugged into internships and just providing those opportunities, because they don't know. And a lot of times they don't even know what careers are available to them. And so I think that's a really positive thing, that we involve our students in that capacity.
Absolutely. And we did include, like I said, I didn't read through all of the action steps, but one of them is specific to creating a marketing plan for our career and technical education opportunities, which include internships. Because we've got to do a better job of educating our community on what we can offer and how we can connect with businesses and how they can connect with us.
Any questions? Anybody else have any? Okay. Thank you very much. Okay. And up next we have the Teacher Advisory Committee presentation by Ms. Courtney.
Hello.
Hello.
This is my last meeting here, because next month I have to give a test. That day is the last day of school for high school on May 21st. And it's my birthday. So I'm here to give an overview of the 4 TAC meetings that we had. TAC, of course, is all of our Teachers of the Year for all 20 schools. This year we had quarterly meetings and at least one representative from each school. We started every meeting by sharing one good thing that was happening in our classroom or school or community. And this, I think, helped start the meeting off on a positive note. These were our goals that we established in the August leadership meeting, which we plan to have again for next year's TAC once we announce and choose our district Teacher of the Year for next year. The goals were all decided on jointly, so we wanted to create relationships between each other, educators across schools. Normally high school just talks to high school and elementary talks to elementary. So that was really fun this year for me to learn about letters and all kinds of elementary things that I didn't know about. Constructively offering solutions that help us to look forward and affect change. So if a teacher brought up a concern, they were supposed to also bring a solution, a proposed solution, so that worked out really well. We wanted to improve school culture by emphasizing positive relationships with staff members as well as staff and students. Increase positive relationships with admin, making sure the teacher of the year feels like they have a voice in talking to their admin and representing their teachers. An increase in teacher voice at school and district levels. And then one thing we worked on all year that you guys get to look at for their budget meetings was an increase in compensation for the extra duties, the things that teachers spend extra time outside of contract hours doing. Then we, at the meeting, shared district level concerns, and it was really nice because we had Mr. Cole and Mr. Pascal and Ms. White at all the meetings to help address right there for everyone to hear. This is what we did at each of the TAC meetings. The first one, like I mentioned, was the Teacher Leadership Summit. It went really well, and it was a chance for everybody to meet each other before we started meeting. In October, we looked at the current supplements and extra duty stipends that Brunswick County Schools offers. We looked at using AI and BCS. We discussed the calendar process and then gave feedback on like a timeline and questions for the Teacher of the Year selection process. In December, we gave feedback on the calendar and we worked in subcommittees, which are listed to the left. We had 4, so we broke into whatever like the teacher was interested in: celebration of retention, parent engagement, the new portrait for graduate, and then recruitment. In February, Mr. Foster presented to us on the extra duty stipend proposal that will be presented to you. We reviewed the Teacher of the Year timeline for this coming year, and then we worked in subcommittees. And then the last presentation we just had last week, we heard a PD presentation from Ms. Damon so that we could have input on what is offered at the next district PD days. And then we discussed the May 30th Teacher of the Year celebration, which will be held at the Isles, which we're all really excited about. And then we gave feedback on TAC. So the celebration, this was the invitation that was sent out to all the new Teacher of the Years. They'll all be given a t-shirt like we were last year that says Brunswick County Schools Teacher of the Year in the year. And we've also been working to collect donations from local businesses. So we have like a facial gift certificate, a massage gift certificate, different gift cards and things. So they'll also be showered with gifts that evening as well, and dinner, of course. These are some of the things we accomplished. It was brought up that there were some recurring late buses. So that's from Mr. Cole with a little quote. He developed a Google form where APs report daily whenever buses are late for not a specific reason. We had talked about substitutes and how some of them maybe weren't aware they had an email address, etc. So HR, I worked with them to help create a flyer for subs when they come in, that make sure they know all the stuff they should know. We again worked on extra duty stipend proposals. We're printing portrait of graduate posters for the classrooms. The TAC newsletters, if you click the link, I created one for each month, I created one for each month that was sent out to all the teachers and all the schools. That one has the April and past. And then we created a list of parent-guardian engagement ideas as we look to the next school year and like maybe want to parent engagement opportunities a semester. That has a whole list of things all the schools are doing. So instead of just brainstorming at your school, there's a ton of other cool things that schools are doing. And then the last thing, I just wanted to share some of the feedback that they gave at the last teacher advisory committee. They filled out like a little survey that said, you know, what did you like about TAC, what did we accomplish? I think they appreciated the subcommittee work, being able to divide and conquer things that they were interested in. We met in person, we met quarterly, people enjoyed the newsletter, and I think it was a positive year. Okay, I'm done.
I just want to say thank you, because you did a fabulous job this year organizing the TAC and all that. I was able to go to some of the virtual meetings over the last couple of years, but I think your in-person meetings were a lot more effective. I appreciated getting the newsletters you were sending out as well, because I felt like we were more engaged with y'all as well, which I think was a great opportunity for the board to interact. and understand the concerns you guys are coming up with. And your list of successes is another pat on the back to you and everybody who's in your group, because you not only found problems, but you found solutions to your problems. And I think that's always the mark of great leadership in your role, and the leadership that all the teachers of the year provided this year. So thank you very much.
And also, I wanted to let you know too that I heard some really great feedback about you just being very positive, and just listening and just organizing so well. So we appreciate that, and just your positive, upbeat, attitude, and just you're just very approachable, and you've just done a great job. So thank you. Yeah.
May I ask one question?
Yeah.
I'm coming in late on the.
I taught your daughter, by the way. I was 4 at the time.
Oh, okay. There are 3 options there. So, what is the portrait of a graduate? Just
the portrait of a graduate comes from. Put me on the spot. Comes
Sorry.
from North Carolina, and it's all the things that we would like to see in a graduate. It's coming from DPI. All the skills that we would like to see across content. So I do.
Yeah.
Okay.
I'll come back. You can find it. If you just Google North Carolina Portrait of a Graduate, it'll pop up. I would just like to say, as my first year as superintendent of Brunswick County Schools, I'm so impressed by the Teacher Advisory Council and how it works and the feedback that they get, and the fact that they have their own self-imposed rule that they don't bring a problem without a solution. Because my experience with teacher advisory councils has been a whole lot of problems and not a lot of solutions. So that has been great. I really enjoyed getting to meet all of the teachers of the year, and Courtney in particular has grown so much as a leader this year. Between her first meeting, she was a mite nervous.
I was sweating.
But now she's a pro.
Yeah.
She's a pro public speaking now. So thank you for all the time you've put into this, Courtney. Really.
Absolutely.
Thank you.
Great job.
But yes, Ms. Cook, a portrait of a graduate was our state superintendent, Catherine Truitt. That was an initiative of hers. Each school district across the state identified a representative group of parents, students, school staff members, and over the course of about 3 months, they each came up with things that they would like to see in our graduates all across the state in order to make North Carolina successful and to feel like our school districts were doing a great job. So it was an exercise in beginning with the end in mind, and all of those results were kind of brought together, and then at the state level, a state team formed a portrait of a graduate that sort of lists the skills, and I can share that information with you.
Thank you.
Okay, up next is Ms. Richardson with the Alternative School Accountability Model.
So I have one minor change from the cover letter that you guys received, and we'll pass out a revised copy. It's very, very minor.
Okay.
And then Tori assured me that she would get the minutes updated with this.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Oh, yeah,
Okay,
the 3
Good
options.
morning, board. So each year I get the opportunity to present to you our Alternative Schools Modified Accountability System. And the purpose of this, it's a supplement to the school performance grade model, so that alternative schools, based on the concept and the student population there, isn't held to the same school performance grade as others, but it's not weighed. So we have 3 options by DPI that are listed in that general statute. Option A is that the alternative school can participate with the same school performance grades model as traditional schools, which we have not adopted that option in the past. Option B is what we typically adopt in Brunswick County, which is, I'll go into more detail about what that option is. And then option C is a brand new model that you come up with your own proposed modifications and present that to DPI. So our recommendation is to go with option B. And if you scroll down, what that is student persistence makes up 20% of the component, and that is students that are enrolled at what our alternative school is the Coast, and that they would stay enrolled in any North Carolina public school through the end of the school year, and then we submit that data to DPI. So that's 20% of the model. 20% is school achievement, and that's based on 30 scores in one particular accountability area. So if we have 30 Math 1 scores, they would be included. If we have 30 English 2 scores, those would be included. we have 30 EOG scores, those will be included. So when we hit that minimum N is what we call it for our minimum numerator, is what would be included there. And then that would make up 20% of the model and then 60% growth. So that would be option B. And then the other thing that we have to determine is what we want to do if we don't have enough scores, if we don't meet that minimum N. So we can look at 3 years of previous scores to pull back in to make that 30, or if we don't have enough to get that, to that 30 in that, we would have to select the option to return the scores to the student-based school. And then based on that information, that's pulled into the model, and that is the rating that the school receives, which is progressing, maintaining, or declining. So we recommend option B, which is that persistence model. And then we, the change that I made was, we thought maybe we would have, looking back, we would have 3 years of data to pull in, but after reviewing the model and receiving some information, we don't know that we would have enough from the 3 previous years of students at the coast to make that 30 still. So we feel like at least one more year we need to return the scores. So we have a larger number if we don't make enough and to get that minimum in for any of those one individual groups. We think we'll have enough based on the new Achieve Academy, but in the event that we don't, we would like to return the scores one more year.
If I can speak to that, obviously this is the initial year for the Achieve Academy, so we hope to meet it obviously for Math 1, because that's the initial course they would take as freshmen. But as that grows, we may or may not have it for English 2 yet, or biology yet. But then in the next coming years, obviously we would have enough then is the goal. And then even further, if we ever dip down below 30, we would have students going from freshman to junior year. So we'll have that data most likely there for the 3-year mark. So that was the subtle change, was to go back to the returning to the school next year until we have built the Achieve Academy throughout the grade levels larger.
Okay. And you would like to put this on consent? Okay. Anybody have any issue with it being on consent?
Sounds good.
Okay. All right, we'll place that on consent. Thank you. Up next is the K-8 Math Core Curriculum Adoption, the Professional Development Year 1, and the materials. And Molly White. Good morning.
Good morning, everybody. Thank you for taking the time today to review our adoption process that we've been in for quite a few months. I do want to start with, does somebody have that clicker?
It's underneath Molly.
Oh, thanks. I got it. Nope, that's good. I do want to start off just with thank you to all the people that are involved in this process. This is an extensive process, so specifically Jen Damon and Tiffany George are here with us today, and our instructional coaches were very supportive in the pre-planning and the implementation process. And then our kindergarten through 8th grade teachers did just an exemplary job in the review and vetting of the 3 resources that I'll be sharing with you today, and coming to a vote at the end of the process. So I cannot explain the amount of hours of work that went in to thank those people for all of their efforts. So just kind of starting with the why. We use in our presentations from the Curriculum Instruction Department for you our professional development template, because we think that's important, how we work through things, to use the same template. So we always start with the why. And our why today is providing the core curriculum to support our classroom instruction, because we know we have to have a strong core. And Mr. Cole referred to that when he was talking about our strategic plan. And so this is a direct feed into our upcoming goals, because we want that maximum student growth and achievement. Math readiness is specifically a benchmark of students' future success, and specifically in regards to algebra readiness, which is our job in K-8 to prepare them for that in high school. I'm going to kind of break the rest of the presentation between elementary and middle, because we were in 2 different places through this process, so it's really important for us to address them separately, although we came to the same conclusion together, which was really interesting because we didn't know how that would go. Our elementary schools, the last adoption, and I was talking to Ms. Cook about this earlier, I believe was at least 12 years ago for possibly 13 for, we selected as a county Envision at that point, which was then owned by Scott Forsman, which has then been purchased by someone else, which you'll see in a minute. So it's been a long time since we've done a universal core adoption in elementary school. We've been blending different resources as that phased out. In middle school, 6 years ago, we adopted Houghton Mifflin Harcourt's Go Math, and that is now sunsetting. And so in the curriculum world, sunsetting means is they'll quit supporting the services, the platforms, the materials, stop printing and those kinds of things over a period of time. So it was time for us to dig into both of these and do this work.
Real quick, just a point of clarity. So the no core curriculum recently in elementary school, but we did have a core curriculum that's now
Yes.
sunsetting in middle school.
Correct.
Okay.
So as I said, we used blended materials in K-5 as we kind of transitioned out of Envisions over the past few years. Part of it were some of the resources with iReady, and then we also use North Carolina Tools for Teachers, which is a wonderful resource that our teachers will continue to use that are vetted by the state. We've used Reflex for fact fluency. Personally, I had a wonderful experience with that. When I was the principal at Lincoln, we saw amazing results. And then we've used for assessments, formative cluster assessments in SchoolNet. In middle school, as we said 6 years ago, we did the core adoption with that. And then we also had for our interventions, the Math 180, which we do have a subscription for the next 3 years. All of our students, as you know, in 3rd through 8th grade take our check-ins, and that's one of the ways that we are monitoring the implementation of the standards through our curriculum. So, to start to kind of tell the story here, we opened up our first survey in November for our elementary teachers. We felt it was really important to take our time with this process to make sure that everyone had ample time for review and to think and do some research of their own. So we initially just asked for feedback about our current resources and any tools that our staff was interested in, and kept it open until November 30th. So we had a month to gather that feedback, and we got wonderful feedback through that process to help us with next steps. In middle school, it was a different setup of that survey because we had to help our teachers understand that we couldn't stay with Go Math anymore because of the change of sunsetting with that. And so that we wanted to look and see what kind of things our middle school folks were interested in. Staff members that have come to us from other places and have experience with other things are very valuable in this process when they have hands-on experience with something. We asked them different questions in addition to kind of the overview of their possible product interest. We talked about how their students learn, or we asked about how their students learn. We asked what their experience was in the classroom so that we could sort by different groups of people to see if we saw any trends. So, our team, our instructional team, went through the process of reviewing ed reports, these suggestions from our teacher survey. I surveyed my regional colleagues, so the other chief academic officers within our region, and we finalized 3 resources. There were about, I think there were 9 that were approved through Ed Reports, which is an authoritative source. It's a nonprofit that does research in certain areas of curriculum adoption. So we selected Envision, which is what we had, and both groups selected the same thing. Envision is what we had previously, like I said, 12-ish years ago in elementary school, but has now been bought by Status. And I'm sorry, you guys, I'm losing something. I have some sort of allergy thing, and I'm afraid I'm losing my voice on you. Eureka Squared is by Great Minds, and I've got one there. Thanks. I've got Eureka Squared. is by Publishers Great Minds, which is also the publisher for Wit and Wisdom, which is what we currently use for elementary reading. And then iReady Classroom Mathematics is through Curriculum Associates. And as you saw, we had used various products, components previously in elementary school. So our teacher feedback on that was really important as well. So we began, after we collected that information, the request for those 3 products to have materials delivered to each school. They all received a grade level set for review at their school, and they arrived around the week of January 8th. We got those orders in before the December break, and those were delivered that first week we were back by the end of that week. And then the demo accounts help us see the online tools and components and basically give our staff in all 3 products the opportunity to dig in and see what resources are there. The vetting survey that was next is very detailed, and so it helps guide them through those things to look for in the demo accounts. At this point right now, teacher manuals are always included online as part of those as well. So teachers have the option to read things and plan either digitally or with paper copies, which I'll talk about that in just a minute. They're bound teacher editions. At each school, we had parent and community specific review events, but the materials were shared with families throughout the entire process they were there. So anybody could either come to a review event or they could come at any time and review materials as well. We really wanted to make sure there was ample time for our parents and community members to peruse the materials, and the demo accounts were open for that entire time. So basically, same process with middle school, except our materials arrived January 29th, and we went through the vetting process. They could do any time from there until March 18th. So we had good, long weeks of windows to really take your time. Having to review 3 curriculums like that back to back in a short period of time would be exhausting for our teachers. And so we wanted to make sure they had ample time to review, take a breath for a week, go back and take a review again. So that was all paced out. The next area is the actual result selection, and I've got it broken up here into elementary and then middle school. So you can see that 89.7% of our stakeholder votes of the 272 were our teachers. That is an excellent response rate. We're really thrilled with that. And then as a result of that, 136 of those 272 chose iReady as their first choice. Eureka Squared was 33 participants, and 103 for Envision as their first choice. And then a really important thing to look at then is what the second choice, because you really want the selection of to be the first or second choice. That means people are feeling pretty strongly about that, and you can see here that iReady was 101 participants, and then Envision was 102, and 69 for Eureka Squared. So it was very clear that our teachers were interested in iReady and Envision, almost complementary of each other. These are the middle school results. We have, obviously, in elementary, we have more teachers that teach math because our self-contained teachers teach all subject areas. Where in middle school, you have specifically defined math teachers. So we had 44 respondents, which is a good turnout for this group of staff. 75% of those were teachers. In the middle school, of those, 31 participants chose iReady as their first choice, 3 chose Eureka Squared as their first choice, and 10 chose Envision as their first choice. And then in regards to the second choice, 12 chose iReady as their second choice, 7 Eureka Squared, and 25 in Envision. So really kind of similar spread when you see a first and second choices across elementary and middle school as well. So here is a link of very detailed information that you're welcome to go in and review. But essentially, just wanted you to see that this is the link to the reports from Ed Reports for iReady Curriculum Associates product for us for K-8, and you can see that it exceeds the expectations for all those areas. This is very detailed. It's here for those that are interested in it, and I'd be happy to schedule time to review any of those things as well. We do have the samples still at the school, so that's pretty easy to do at this point. Across the state, of the 118 systems, 29 use iReady in some capacity. Some have just done an adoption this year, some have been in for a few years. It is important to note that they go through evolutions of change. Products get updated and those kinds of things. So there is an updated 2024 version, but there are not significant changes in it. And it was also approved through Ed Reports. In 2023, in EOG MAC results, so that is from 3rd through 8th grade, Brunswick County was 36 of the 118 school districts in regards to performance. So we were in the top 30%. The following districts here that I have listed use iReady and outperformed us in Brunswick County School. And obviously, we want to be in the top 10%, so we want to be in good company there and actually exceed that. And you can see there it's Union County, Watauga County, Wake County, Avery County, Davie County, Pender County, Clay County, and Henderson County. And Mr. Gainey had asked me specifically about Union County. They are ranked first on the list, and they have done they basically since 2020, I spoke with their chief academic officer, have used components of iReady. They're making a change that we'll have to look at in regards to what we call student platform fatigue. Because this was the selection for our teachers from kindergarten to 8th grade, it can get old after a while.
Mm-hmm.
But you have to think, we aren't going to reach that point until 6 years from now, where kids will have been at any longer than what we would expect in elementary school. So that 6 years mark will be a really good place for us to look to see if we need to make any changes. This is a significant purchase, so we want to be invested in what we do. We'll talk about professional development as well in just a minute.
Can I point out something? Molly was kind enough at my request to give me the list of the schools that are using iReady, and so it's only 25% of the total, but I thought it was significant. It was 5 out of almost 50% of the top 12 are using that, and the very top performing district, Union, is using iReady. So I thought, in terms of boots on the ground kind of vetting, it seems like that is there with this product.
We're going after them.
Yeah. After
They're
Union.
ours. Yes.
And your feedback from them was very positive.
Yes.
Well, obviously, I guess it would be. They're number one using that.
Well, you used it in Clay County.
We
so
did.
What's your experience with?
I'll be honest with you, and we spoke about this. The three curriculums that we shared with our teachers to select from, really, I would have been happy with any of the three of them. They all align to the North Carolina Standard Course of Study. They all were very user-friendly for the teachers to be able to use. I have a little more experience with iReady Classroom Math, and like the difference maker for me, I guess at the district level is the service that company provides. They provide very, very high quality professional development and service. When you pick up the phone and call them, they immediately solve your issue. Not every textbook company does that, because these days textbook companies tend to be national companies, and they're huge. Curriculum Associates is still sort of smaller than a lot of the other companies. And so, we obviously in Clay County, we had some success. We implemented it K-8 in 21-22.
Okay.
And we were still kind of halfway in school at that point due to COVID. So we took that as an opportunity. We knew we weren't going to have state test scores, and typically when you implement something, you know, you're going to have a drop in test scores because teachers have to learn how to use the tool. So we just felt like it was a good time. But yeah, I was very satisfied with the results we got, especially in elementary school. We ran into a little roadblock in Clay County at the middle school level because we were so small. We only had 3 math teachers in our middle school, and 2 of them retired in 1 year. And so obviously that negatively impacted our middle school scores because we didn't have any applicants for over a half a year. So.
And that's when having a core curriculum is really helpful.
Yes.
You have people coming in without that experience, it's not something for them that their peers are comfortable with and can support them, but also something that they can access, you know, anywhere, anytime. The biggest change with all of this is obviously the digital tools and the access for our teachers anywhere, anytime, our families anywhere, anytime, to get that kind of support. So we will be, just as we have with our elementary reading adoption, doing a newsletter with parent information and those kinds of things, and reviewing this is what's coming next. These are resources for you to do as well, because that is obviously very important that those have what they need at home too.
I do want to point out though that our students with this adoption and purchase, each year our students will get a book. It'll be a paperback book, so it's sort of a 1-year book that they can write in. But it is not all, there's just a digital component that is aimed for the students to use somewhere between 30 to 40 minutes a week. We don't really want them to use it any more than that. There's no research that says that they get more results by doing it 5 hours a week. Although they could, if they were at home and they wanted to play the math games, they could. But we think it's very important for our students, particularly in math, to have a book that they can work in. And so again, that's kind of where the new warehouse comes in, is that means that every year we're going to get in, you know, probably 10, 11,000 books that we're going to have to organize and sort and get out to the schools. So.
Yeah.
But there's X number of systems that don't buy a curriculum, correct?
Yeah, there are some that were kind of where we are with blended things with this. I do think we all, you know, there are so many things when you look at when we had to deal with remote learning and the consequences of that. There were a lot of resources available because we didn't know when we would be in school and when we would not be out or whatever. And you know, we all, I think, kind of explored a lot of different things. So then you end up with this hodgepodge of things that some are better, some than others, because we were not able to take 3 months to prepare for the school shutting down, right? We just had to get things in kiddos' hands right away.
I think 8 years ago when I went on the board, that's where we were. We were doing this.
Right.
And everybody was doing something different.
Yeah.
So
So we have really worked on unifying a lot of things by schools. I will tell you, I'm so proud of the work our school principals do with each other. They collaborate with each other. They always work for solutions in both the elementary group and the middle school group, which makes things like this not have as many barriers as some people experience. I think just as almost as a rule, our staff in Brunswick County is just very collaborative and takes care of each other, and that's special. And it was very evident through this process that that's the way it is. So I'm this was honestly a very rewarding process for me professionally, of watching our folks come together and work through the process, and really the professionalism that we saw. So it was wonderful.
And just back to a previous point about the percentage of beginning teachers we're starting to see now, and lateral entry teachers coming in as that grows over the next 5 years. It becomes more and more important to be able to hand people a curriculum that at a baseline they can follow and do a good job while they develop as a teacher. It is extremely difficult, I think. You got a beginning teacher fresh out of college and you put them in a classroom in August with no materials and ask them to not only teach and lesson plan, but to create their own curriculum, something which, by the way, they're not really trained to do. They're not curriculum experts, they're teachers. And it makes it very difficult for us at the central office level if everybody's doing their own thing, because that means our central office support staff has to understand 15 different processes at the school. So.
That's where we used to be.
Yeah.
Yeah.
So,
Yeah, this has been a wonderful experience. Obviously, a very important part of this is the professional development and the resources that we put in our teachers' hands, because it is about the teachers in front of the kids. As Mr. Cole said, we probably could have picked any of the three and would have met the need for a balanced curriculum, but what we know is the support we have to put in for our teachers. Our designated district, we always have 4 every year. What this does is ensures that we can get our teachers their CEUs. So it's kind of a balance with that. We make sure that we've got those opportunities. Will be August 15th and 20th, and then November 5th and January 21st. So we'll have support through Curriculum Associates, and then really work on building the capacity in our instructional support folks and leadership as the year goes on, to then be able to make a decision what kind of professional development we need from Curriculum Associates in year 2 and what we're comfortable presenting. The good news is, you know, with math is math. And so you're really just getting your acclimated to the product and where the standards, how they're laid out, and the workflow for students and teachers. And so we just did a 1-year professional development contract, because we feel like what we may need next year is not going to be a duplicate of what we'll need in 24-25, and that is just, you know, economically, we thought that's the best decision for the stakeholders of our community. So that being said, we have for the professional development, the first purchase order is for $121,000. That's covering 367 teaching staff, at least 20 district support staff, 35 administrators. It's a lot of folks that are going to get support as we make this transition. I do want to note something here, and as I go into the next, the materials and the online component of the purchase, is we really find it very important to support our Exceptional Children's Program. So, and I'm going to swing over to this. When you purchase these materials, the teacher materials are pro bono for a 1-to-25 ratio. Now, you all know what the K-3 class arrays ratio is. So we're not getting pro bono resources at a 1 classroom to 1 classroom situation. The other thing, if you dug into the PO, that I think is really important to explain, is we are making sure that our exceptional children's teachers have everything they need. So, for example, I'm at an elementary school and I teach a structured behavior support class. Those kids receive core curriculum, but I have kindergarten through 5th graders. So we've got to make sure that that teacher has those resources. So that's a set from each grade level for them. So I worked with Ms. Quinlan on that, and at the end of the year, we'll evaluate what that need is and how that worked out. That also allows us a little cushion if we don't have the need everywhere. For next year, we'll have expansion, says our demographer report, right? We have to expand our resources every year. So for example, Letterland that we have had for 13 years, every summer, we have to replace some of our materials because they get worn out. We have to increase based on our enrollment and those kinds of things. We'll have to do the same thing for this. But we really wanted to make sure that year 1, everybody had what they needed with that. So the $1,690,584.61 actually works out over the 3 years to $64 per student per year. And I think it's important, you know, to look at that and the perspective of the amount of kids it's serving, which over that time is 26,000 some in each of their experiences. So I was asking for approval today so that we could, so that we could begin the ordering process as we close out the school year. Inventorying this amount of materials is going to be a big lift. And we want our schools to have the work days at the end of the year to be able to take the time to inventory. So I can keep, you know, coming back and forth, but what I'm worried about is the burden on our staff in the schools with this. It also we have summer professional development to kind of, with teacher teams, to build some things, some structures with pacing and those kinds of things. giving them ample time to do that kind of work. So that was the reason for the request today. Obviously, I understand, this is the first time in 6 years I have asked for an action item here. I don't have to, that doesn't have to happen today. I just wanted to try to advocate for our staff that's going to have to do the inventorying, because this is a heavy load. There are a lot of materials.
Okay. So you're kind of wanting it to be
Approved today.
approved today.
I am requesting that, but I understand because that's not our practice,
Yeah.
and I understand that.
Yeah.
Well, with logistics of trying to get the materials and making sure we have them in time, I think this would fall under the time-sensitive nature.
Yeah.
Of the policy.
Yeah, that way, because we ran into with wit and wisdom getting some of the materials as well, so in case anything's back ordered.
Well, and a lot of our teachers tend to scatter over the summer. It would be great if we could hand them their materials before they left for the summer. Not that I'm asking them to work over the summer, but I know when I was teaching, when I had a new book or a new curriculum that I was going to be using, I like to be able to take a look at it over the summer to prepare. So,
Anybody any objection to that?
Anybody
I'll make
have
a motion to
questions?
approve it.
Okay. I'll second that.
Good
All in
turn.
favor? Okay. All right.
Thank you. On behalf of everyone who worked on this, thank you, because I know that means a lot to them to be able to proceed. So I appreciate that.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Yes, we've got a request for taking a break, so let's just take a break, if you don't mind, Mr. Pascal. Just for 5-10 minutes.
You can take one too.
Yeah.
Your lunch is on its way too, so.
Oh,
Have to take a break every 2 hours.
yeah, that's right.
we planned for lunch to be here at 11:30 so that we could stop anywhere between 11
Let's call this meeting back to order. And up next, we have Mr. Pascal with the policy on the Comprehensive Health Education Program, and also he'll do the second reading of the attendance policy with Meredith Boyd.
All right, good morning, members of the board. We're going to walk through our process here for the recommendation we had back before, I want to say, the winter break. We were tasked with looking through and creating a committee to review the curriculum for our healthy living. That's the reproductive health and safety curriculum. And going through that, we created a team as charged with and worked through several curriculums. We actually narrowed it down, and I'm going to kind of go through this. Tori's amazing. She's going to help me click through some of them as well. But the first part there, just to give you a little bit of background, and for those who are listening in as well, we did review the curriculum that we had previously used and that we used this year. Then we also surveyed. I had the fortune of having only 6 schools that were teaching this in the middle school, and I was able to pull every single one of those teachers in. Now, in the committee that we actually met with, we pulled 1 per school, and then we also had our lead nurse in the district join us, and we had in that committee also a member of the health department joined us as well. So with that, and then of course myself, and then I had Mr. Gainey was able to come in to a few of those committee meetings as well. So with all that together, we had culminated to 2 curriculums, and Tori, if you can click on the notes, we created a agenda for 1-day event. So basically, that wasn't the only time that they reviewed the curriculum, but I'd scheduled them to be all together at the coast. So we met in a central location, and we went through the entire 2 curriculums together in 2 separate groups. The last 2 we had, the one that we are recommending today, which is by NC Shape, and that's successfully teaching middle school health curriculum through NC Shape. And then we had our other curriculum, which was Heritage Keepers. We reviewed both of those, and those, by the way, I should go back to, came down to the line after we had polled all of our teachers and reviewed which of the 5 curriculums we had left, which included the one that we were currently using, the supports that they might get, and then reviewed some of the material and the content, and then obviously does it align with the standards that we've been tasked to teach. So that's where we came down with the 2. So I didn't want to skate by that. That's where we got to this point. Then we really needed to decide as a team where we wanted to move forward. So you can go back to the memo. And this is what we found. So going through a SWOT analysis, that's where we really reviewed, and that's just an operation, a system basically to go through a curriculum review. Had them go through the strengths, weaknesses, opportunities, and threats, basically as a whole for that curriculum. We did a similar process for our grouping for the strategic plan. That's probably where you remember it, but it's a similar process. We did it for the curriculum. In that, we came to the conclusion we wanted to move forward with the recommendation for the NC Shape curriculum with these reasons. And you can see them, I'm not going to read them in full, but just to highlight them. Comprehensive coverage of the standards, resource availability. The curriculum that is on NC Shape is open sourced, which is nice. We get to download that material, and then we can actually post it on our own websites, which is the exciting part, I think, that came out of all of this that I'm excited to share here last. It's also cost effective. It's free. We don't have to pay for this curriculum. It's created initially free of charge, and then we get to work through it and add in any type of additions along the way as a system, and then have that prepared for the teachers. And I'll show you where they'll be able to see that along with the parents here shortly. And then the digital integration, it's easily added to any Google Classroom, which is typically what we use, or Canvas in our schools as well. Right? If you can scroll on down, there were some feedback that we got, and it's strong feedback in the way of some of the videos that were shared. We have agreed to remove all of the videos. What happened after the end of the videos, they're actually posted on YouTube, and it led to just any random video afterwards. Not something that we wanted to offer in terms of such a sensitive subject. So we've agreed to remove all the videos from the lesson plans and the PowerPoint slides that we have the content there. That's the part we can control, right? Control the controllables. So we will be able to remove all of those. That's a part of the recommendation. And then this is the part that I'm excited about. So if you can click on the Helpful Living Education website. This is just something that I created in preparation for you to see it. So this is still what I would call draft, but pretty close to the finished product. Already taken some feedback to add the opt-out form at the bottom of the home page. But with this allows us to have all of the curriculum posted for any parent to see at any time in the comfort of their home. This is something that I know Mr. Gaines and I talked a lot about, the feeling of about or having seen this on a syllabus, and you know that your child's about to learn this, the piece of where you actually go forth and you have to ask a teacher or someone to see this curriculum is not something that anyone typically feels that comfortable with anyway. A math curriculum, things like that seems a little different, but going to your school and asking for this, we wanted to remove that barrier. So through this system, we're able to post it all online. And that includes the lesson plans and the PowerPoint slides that will be taught to your kid. That's a huge win, I think, in terms of this whole situation, going through the curriculum and then going into next year where a parent can fully read through the curriculum, see what's going to be taught in their class, and then decide. And that's the next part that we'll talk about. So if you can scroll down, so through this and a little bit further, you'll see that there'll be clickable links for each grade level. I currently don't have the 9th grade lesson plans up now. I've taken those down at the moment, but because we were originally tasked with 7th and 8th grade, but we have all of those up there at the moment, with the exception of I've still got to take out the videos, but that'll come in the next few weeks. But this opt-out information, we put in the general statute, at least a snippet of it, and then a clickable link to a form that any parent, after reviewing, can decide whether they wanted to opt out of the entire curriculum or if they wanted to opt out of sections that are specific to what the general statute allows them to opt out of. Or they don't at the moment, which is my second part of this recommendation. They don't have to fill it out, and then we will move forward with educating their kids through the curriculum. So if you can click on 7, grade 7, and show everyone here. If you can scroll down. So it has an overview just briefly. Once again, this was a draft, and this was done by myself, so there's always room for growth, so don't judge too much yet. But we we'll improve it a little bit just to give a little bit more details of what it is. So scroll on down. Down here will be clickable links to all the live lesson plans that it will be given to the teachers to cover, and then the PowerPoint slides that they will use. If any changes, like when the videos come down, occur with the county curriculum, which will be housed through, Ben's going to get a little upset, I hit the mic, that are housed through my department, then they will be changed in the master document so that it's the same throughout the district. And you can scroll on down there. After a parent sees it, sees all the curriculum and reviews it, they can go to this link for ease. It's right at the end of each page as well, where they could opt out of all of that material. We will still send an open letter home. We will send out communication through email and phone call, just like we have in the past whenever we're about to teach this curriculum. So that part will not change. It's just now it'll push to the website and not just a Google form, obviously, so that the parents can review the curriculum and see how comfortable they are with their child being taught this sensitive information.
Let's let the board see the opt-out form. I think it's a great tool.
Might have to zoom in. No, it's actually, you can see. All right,
So if you scroll down, go, yeah, keep going.
And this will help
So
us.
here you can see where you can opt out of, the different options that you have on how you might opt out.
And those, like the grade 8 and the grade 7, those modules that are identified there are the same instruction that the state legislature authorizes that parents should have the right to opt out of. So it's much more, I think, I think our curriculum is much more in keeping with the legislature's intentions for what's to be taught. And I think this opt-out form is a great tool for parents to ensure, that they've got the appropriate level of input into what you just properly described as a sensitive area of instruction.
And then to add to that, thanks for adding that these are the general statute standards that are available for them to opt out of while keeping the remaining standards. But they can, in the general statute, also opt out of all of the material. We're going to identify which school above as well and what grade level, just so that it's easy because it'll be housed through moms, but the principal and then the teacher at each school will have access to be able to pull out that individual student data. But I wanted to add in, we put in just a choice at the bottom for them to tell us why. I think it's great to have continuous feedback. Maybe there's a rationale as to why they're opting out. It's completely optional. But it just helps us identify if there's areas for growth in the way that it's presented, over time. We can keep track of that data. Any questions they might have. And then on top of all this, let's say you do want to opt out and I don't want it to be taught in class with other students. As a parent, this material is now available to me as well. So if I didn't want it taught in school, I know Ms. Quinlan's office had prepared before, when it was under her, the entire, not the entire, but a lot of the curriculum that they could actually teach at home with their students. This actually will be simultaneously the same way, except it'll be the same curriculum, and they could choose which sections and how they would want to share that information with their child at home.
So you've got the option for grade 9, which you will add that to it?
Yeah, good question.
And what would the 9 opt-out information be, or do you know?
Not yet, so
okay.
I don't know off the top of my head, but it would be added if we go that route. And I want to, if you can, click back. So right now, we currently use Flash for the 9th grade. There's been some discussion, so I wanted to open it up, live to all of you about what that looks like as well. But if you go, and you don't have to click on grade 9 yet, but if you're looking through that website, we do want to have the 9th grade information on there. So currently, it's not the same content, and it is not open source. So I can't just post Flash on this website. Not the individual material. You still have to go check that out. That information would be laid out on the website currently. There's a few things we should probably discuss at some point about, and it could be today, about what that would look like to keep the continuum going from 7th all the way to 9th grade. And then that would be listed. And yes, then I would add the specific standards that are in general statute for 9th grade. And good question.
I think the committee that we created with Mr. Gainey and Ms. Moffitt, first of all, you guys did a great job working with Mr. Pascal and all of the staff that participated as well. So to keep that consistent, if you guys want to work with Mr. Pascal on the 9th grade stuff as well, that's...
Yeah, could do that.
And then the final recommendation before, obviously before we go to recommending this for consent, the last bullet was implementing an opt-out only format. That's fine. Yeah, so scroll down. An opt-out only format instead of the opt-in version we have now. The rationale behind that in the team was that we are currently tasked with obviously educating our kids to the best of our ability to the standards that are given to us. And then we know, unfortunately, not all of our students have the same support level at home, and we want to make sure that we keep that in mind. And it might not be due to the parents. I'm saying that they might not have brought home the material, they might not have got it signed, whatever it might be, or the student themselves chose not to bring home any material. That's why we call home, we send it out, and we want to make sure that our families see it in all ways. We would like to move, because we're going to send it out so much in terms of a call home, mailing the letter, or sending it home with the kid. We want to go to an opt-out only format because of the transparency, as you can see from that website. and having our parents be able to see it in the comfort of their home. I don't have to go to the school anymore to check out pretty sensitive curriculum.
Can you explain how you alert the parents that, okay, this is getting ready to be taught? Is it Connect Ed? Is it on the school website?
Yeah, so like
how do you notify the parents that is getting ready to be taught? Because it's not a whole, semester curriculum.
Correct, yes, and it's actually taught at a little bit different times in each group.
Right.
So we couldn't, as a system, send out we're about to teach the material.
Right.
Because it does depend on the PE teacher's pacing guide as well, and what's happening in that school. So what typically happens is they send at least minimally the formatted letter that we originally had home. This time it'll have a similar letter, but it'll be pointed towards this website. And then most schools, all of them that I know, have some sort of communication system where they can use Dojo or Remind. This information typically goes home through that teacher's Remind class to those parents that have signed up. So those are the two ways that I've spoken with the team, the group that was there, that they send out this material.
Okay. So when they opt out, what do those kids do?
Good question. So they have to have some sort of comparable comparable setting. So it has to be, obviously this is a classroom, they should not be just given the opportunity to go play basketball or something like that. But they will move either further or into the curriculum, or they will be reviewing content that they had covered before. But that's typically what they've done. It's in a separate location. If they have two PE teachers, one PE teacher's typically taught this, the other PE teacher's taken anyone who opted out. In the past, when it was opt-out only, we had fewer students, and a lot of those might be in the media center working with the media specialist. So it depends on the school, so I couldn't tell you specifically, but it should be a comparable setting. It would be classroom to classroom.
I think the opt-out's a good option here now because of the website, the change in the curriculum from our board committee that worked on it. I think we're in a much different place now than we were when we went to an opt-in system.
Yeah.
That's the way you felt. I'm glad you feel that way.
Well, in the digital format, like not having to physically go to the school to request the materials or anything like that. I mean, if it's all online, that's a lot easier to review.
And just to be clear about that, the reason we didn't do that before, just to reiterate, is that wasn't open source curriculum.
Right.
We just posted it out there. Somebody technically in the school system's not paying for it, can take it down and use it. This is not, so it's open sourced and we're able to post it.
Yeah.
Well, I'll just say one thing, since I have on my archaic name tag, which y'all can look at later. When I did go to the middle school years ago to ask to see the curriculum, and it took a long time to get it together because there was not a specific curriculum, and they had just added hodgepodge stuff. Oh, I thought this would be good, and this would be good. So that's very encouraging that this is countywide, they're all teaching the same thing, and they're all on the same page, and that it's available to the parents. So
good feedback.
That's huge.
Yeah. That was the biggest win for the curriculum committee, was the transparency of being able to post it. So my kids will be going through the middle school soon, and my wife and I could review it at home. Obviously I've seen it, but my wife could review it at home. That would be much more comfortable for her than walking into the school and asking for a sensitive topic.
Is that it for you? So I've been pretty involved with this and had a lot of discussions with Jonathan and Ms. Moffett, and we initially tasked the committee with reviewing the 7th and 8th grade curriculum, and then when we so that was the charge, and then when we got into this NC shape, and it looked like the shape curriculum was the direction that we were going to go, it seemed pretty obvious that the next step in adopting that curriculum would be two things potentially. That we would also bring in the 9th grade. And so even though it wasn't part of what we initially asked Mr. Pascal to do, you've done some inquiries and gotten some buy-in from the 9th grade folks.
Yeah, I've spoken to 2 teachers.
Yeah, and you feel comfortable if the board agrees to go ahead and include that? Isn't that right?
Yeah, due to the transparency nature of this and being able to post the open source material, I think it answers the call to be transparent to our parents and to allow them to review the material all the way to 9th grade. and then the support that we get through the curriculum and then through my office for the teachers, I think I would agree it would be in the best interest to move forward with the ninth grade curriculum, honestly, to allow us to more quickly support them with the same open source material.
So one of the things that he and I both then would ask the board to consider in our approval of this today, or to moving it to consent, is that we move it to consent with that additional recommendation, that we include the ninth grade, that we replace Flash with the NC Shape, and also that we conduct these classes henceforth in a non-co-ed setting. Mr. Cole is very familiar with that. He's taught NC Shape, not this particular version of it, but he's taught it, and he utilized the non-co-ed setting. It seems to be something that is certainly appropriate given the subject matter, and I guess the only question is, Jonathan is in agreement with it. I guess the only question is, do we do it non-co-ed just straight through, or do we just do it for the modules that are non-abstinence specifically non-abstinent in character? What would you recommend?
My recommendation would be for the non-absence related lessons. That was what we talked about. And that's actually, I'm looking at the crosswalk, and I apologize I didn't have it available for you, obviously, because you're bringing it up now. But I know we had talked about it before if we went that route, and I have a crosswalk that we created that actually divides out any of those basically more sensitive material that could be better discussed in a non-co-ed format. But I have it only for 7th and 8th grade right now. I would have to review it with the 9th grade team to see which of those standards would pertain to that. But we could make that happen. I mean,
yeah. And so we would then have, you would give us an update, if I understand how this works, whereby we would, or we could just put it on action, you bring it to us and we see it, I guess. But we're going to have 2 additional bullet points. One would be addressing the non-co-ed nature of the instruction, correct? And the other would be that we are going to include grade 9, starting in 24-25.
Just to speak to both of those, we did talk about that in the curriculum. The only reason I didn't add the non-co-ed to this is I was sticking with the task that we originally had. But in our curriculum committee, we obviously brought up non-co-ed. It came up as a question multiple times. It's come up in the past. And that committee, albeit not completely comfortable all the ways, because they have to manage students differently whenever they have non-co-ed groups and co-ed groups, did feel that they could make it happen in the building. Them in some way to make sure that they have coverage for the students, because we'll have, typically I told you there might be 2 PE teachers in the middle school. One would take the students who are opting out, and then the other would take every other student. We would have to find coverage during those lessons.
Yeah, so like I did do this as a middle and high school principal, and my suggestion would be that we only do this for the non-abstinence standards, because it can be a bit of a scheduling nightmare. And so I think the more you can minimize that, the less trouble it is for scheduling and moving staff around. And there are quite a few of the standards that really it is not necessary to divide the girls and the boys. But I do feel like, in my experience, the instruction for those specific standards I found to be actually better, because 7th and 8th graders were, in my observations, much more willing to ask questions that they may not ask if it was a mixed group. And so, we want them to ask questions. I mean, that's what we're here for, is to kind of help them understand and go through the standards. So that would be my suggestion.
Okay. Well, and reaching out to a middle school teacher myself, he suggested that as well. The non-abstinence, the feedback was better, the discussion was better, conversation was more open, and it was a
lot less.
It's silliness. A lot. Yeah, the maturity went to a different place, and it was just overall more positive and more impactful for the kids. So I would definitely suggest, or agree to, if we put it on consent, going ahead with the 9th grade, as you would, work on that, and then doing the non-co-ed for the non-abstinence items, if everybody would agree to that.
So just to recap, it sounds like these 2 bullet points with 2 additional ones, a 9th grade, adoption of the same curriculum through NC Shape, and the addition of teaching non-co-ed classes for the non-abstinence related standards.
Yes.
Right. Tori, if we can add
Exactly.
those to it for the consent, but our team would agree to both of those. We can
Okay.
make that. Yeah.
Does anybody have any further questions or anything?
Where's this, I mean, I know it's all under the health and living. When I know when I was on the board, we instituted the recovery centers coming in and speaking to the health classes. Is that in part of this, or is that another, it's under substance abuse? I didn't know if that.
Actually under, we
is that,
house it under SHAC, which is School Health Advisory Council. Good question, and we're partnering up with them quite a bit. They just sent out a survey for us in relations to absence abuse, but no, it's not directly related to this curriculum, or it's in this general statute actually, but yes. Good.
Okay, I didn't know, because I know that, I believe they still come out and speak to the middle and high school, and now middle schools too, so, anyway.
Yeah, and we house that through SHAC, just
Right.
so y'all know, we meet quarterly for that.
It covers a lot of different areas. I mean, especially when you get into 9th grade, there's a lot more about human trafficking and those sort of things. So, which is something that in our community, as close as we are to the water and I-95 and Highway 17 major highways, that our kids need to understand, and our parents do as well.
It's here. It's here.
Yeah.
All right. Any further questions on that one?
Great.
Thank you.
Do we? So I don't know if we add that to consent. Do we need to?
Yeah,
Yes.
I mean, yeah, we'll add that to consent, yeah. If everybody's okay with that.
Where?
Okay, all right,
Did
perfect.
you?
Yeah, she's okay.
Okay. I think Miss Lloyd's gonna join you now.
That's
That's
right.
right, and I heard, who doesn't want to celebrate their birthday with attendance policy, right, Mr. Gaines?
Good attendance.
That's good.
You will be rewarded.
He's present and accounted for.
So we shared with you in March our first reading of the policy, and then you guys made some suggestions during that meeting, and we received some feedback. So today is the second reading for the attendance policy revisions. Some minor changes that we'll go through, but basically most of this is the same from the first reading. So I do love some color coding, so anything in blue was first reading and nobody made any recommendations for those changes, so we kind of go past that. Under C7, the educational opportunity, it was asked about providing some more language, so we did add in the statement taken directly from the educational leave form. It just reminds parents about how it's coded, submitting the work, and that it is still coded as an absence. It's just the way that we mark it. There is a coding for educational leave. No revisions in the next few sections. So under the section H, Mr. Gainey asked about clarifying. He caught that our wording was not actually correct. So it should be 10% of the days enrolled versus the school year. So we made those adjustments to this for number 1 and number 2. And then Mr. Lemons made the recommendation instead of may be considered for lack of mastery or retention, that they will be. So we made those 2 edits under numbers 1 and 2. And then this is the section that Mr. Pascal went over at the first reading as part of coming in as the second reading. So we just put this in there as the words that we would like to be in the policy.
We can pause there, just let y'all know, I was able to go from here, and in our last, because I'm a buddy for, that's what we call it for the school improvement team, but I go in and support, I'm a buddy for everybody. I go in and support the school improvement teams at the high schools, and we did go over this policy in both of those 2 schools. I didn't get to go over it in the last one, but I know the principal there has, specifically, she showed me the notes. So with that, they were able to see this as well, and any of that feedback that they might have added would have been added in here as well. So we had a conversation with their school improvement teams, and specifically the student credit recovery piece. When we opened it up to CTE courses, that made a lot of people happy, because the thought originally was we didn't have credit recovery for our CTE courses. It is available, so just wanted to make that notation in there. I know someone asked me about that. Do we have credit recovery for all the courses? It is almost all. I will preface that. It's not everyone, but I would say 95% of our courses have a credit recovery option. So when that comes up, we will be able to offer them credit recovery if they have failed due to attendance law.
What was your feedback on the policy?
From the teachers.
Or the principals, teachers, yeah. What was your feedback?
Welcomed and excited for a little bit of teeth to help set the standard for the students. And I don't mean to speak in generalities, but that's really what it was. The teachers, typically whenever I said, hey, we're going to have an attendance policy next year, the first thing they said, we had one obviously, but the first thing a few teachers said was finally, so I think it's a welcomed attendance policy. It does not come without work, and that's what we are tasked with. If approved today on a consent, we are ready to hit the ground running in May for marketing, because we need to let parents know. One thing that we're going to do at the high school level is all the principals wanted to download basically a spreadsheet of who would have failed in our current policy if they had this policy for this semester. And when we send out an at-risk call, like we typically do, that they get a call once this is approved, and that we share with them that with the current attendance policy, you would have failed this class. Just as an eye-opener for kids in May for high school of this year, before they walk into next year, knowing that we mean this, because that's the part of it. You set the standard, we've got to hold it, but we've got to inform them all. So that's one piece to the marketing, to make sure that they're aware. And then, of course, we're going to market into the summer and then into August.
Well, I think that'll be impactful when you alert the kid. Had
Yeah,
this
if I
been in
knew-
place,
Yeah.
this year this was what would have happened. So I think that's impactful.
And in my all-day visits to schools, I have yet to hear a negative comment from any teacher about us adding a little teeth to the attendance policy. The bottom line is we want our students to be successful. We want positive student learning outcomes. We can have the best teachers in the world, and the kids if they don't come to school, we can't help them.
Right.
And so we have got to get beyond this sort of COVID mentality that face-to-face school is optional. Our kids have got to come to school consistently and on a regular basis so that we can help them achieve the outcomes that they have the potential to achieve.
When I spoke to some guidance counselors, and they have always been concerned about the attendance, and it's been very frustrating for them trying to get the kids back on track and trying to support them. So they were pretty excited about it as well for the teeth.
Yes.
Yeah.
Just to put a number to it, we had 180 respondents, and our highest revision that had disagreed was 18, and that was one that was misunderstood. They didn't want it removed, but it was actually moved to a lower section. So, and that was the highest that people didn't agree with the change, and it was a misunderstood change. So.
Okay, perfect. All right, so anybody having further questions, and are we okay to move this to consent?
Sure.
Okay. Everybody good? All right.
And a lot of social workers happy. Thank you.
Okay. So I guess that will conclude the Curriculum and Policy Committee, and I think we're going to break for lunch.
In a closed session.
And a closed session. Yeah, we'll be going to closed session. So. All right.
Motion to close.
Motion to go closed.
Second.
Second by Mrs. Cook. All in favor?
Aye.
Aye.
Session to order.
Is this one mine? Where's mine?
And first up, we have Ms. Rosie.
No.
We've not budget, but a quick human resources, some updates. The first item we have is the PBS partnership agreement with UNCW. UNCW is our largest source of student interns that we get for our student teaching positions, and consequently, our largest percentage of new hires comes from our partnership with UNCW. They support not only these aspiring teachers, but they provide support through Brunswick County Schools beginning teachers through their first 3 years of employment with us through ongoing professional development workshop days. And they go on to support our veteran teachers as well through things like national board certification workshops on site. So we appreciate and value our continued partnership with UNCW, and those partnerships last 3 years. And we are just coming to a close of our current partnership with them, and you have in front of you the proposed partnership agreement moving forward 2024 through 2027. And we would like to request that the board place this on the consent agenda for approval in May.
Any objections?
No.
All right, sounds good.
Next up is our affiliation agreement with every other university or college outside of UNCW. So we have a very specific one with UNCW because they provide professional development for our staff. But for everyone else, we have an affiliation agreement that's already been in place for a number of years. Since 2012, we've been hosting student interns. And so we are requesting that this updated affiliation agreement be added to the consent agenda in May. The few differences in here, item 5 on our affiliation agreement required that if any district compensated their cooperating teacher at a rate lesser than the $500, that the student teacher themselves had to pay the additional amount. And I don't feel good about asking a student to pay to intern with us, especially when the agreement already says the university is going to provide that. So it would be striking that clause, and then cleaning up some of the language about the professional development that we apply will be based upon the pre-service teacher rubric for evaluating new teachers. And then also cleaning up some of the force majeure language that address COVID-19 and the pandemic, just replacing COVID-19 with very broad, general, communicable or disease language. So just those three.
Yeah, Ms. Rosie, I would, as a suggestion to the General Assembly, I would say one of the best things they could do to help us recruit more people into the teaching profession is to make the student internships paid.
Mm-hmm.
Because right now they're kind of voluntary,
Yeah.
you know, and I don't know how having a daughter that just went through student teaching, you know, I was able to help her out, but a student is unable to have a job while they're student teaching, because student teaching is a full-time job. I don't know how they make rent, you know, so I that would be a great thing to see the state take on.
Mm-hmm.
We've also had people from like finance world talk about internships with our finance department, and we have agreed. But as soon as they found out it was not a paid internship, they went elsewhere. So
Right.
that would be very helpful
Yeah.
moving forward.
Any objections to consent for this? All right, sounds good.
The last item I have is a presentation on the recruitment and selection of candidates in Brunswick County Schools. This is one of the 2 most active seasons for our Human Resources Department as we prepare to staff our classrooms with highly qualified teachers and engaged and effective leaders in their school buildings. There's 3 primary areas that we go to recruit teacher candidates, and that's the college and university career fairs, where we send Brunswick County Schools representatives to engage with students at the college and talk to them about teaching opportunities in Brunswick County. We host a local Brunswick County Schools job fair every year. And then lastly, our student internships, where we host student interns from UNCW, and we currently have partnership agreements or affiliation agreements with over 60 other universities, where we host interns in not only teaching, but also in operations and student support positions as well, like occupational therapists, for example. So once we identify candidates and those vacancies get posted, we work to educate our building administrators on effective personnel management strategies. And over the past 2 years, these are just a sampling of some of the professional development
that our department has provided to principals and assistant principals. We've talked to them about how to screen for applicants, quality hiring practices, how to conduct effective interviews, and hire people who share the same core values that their school and their staff and their community value. Once we have employees hired, we also go on and train them on how to address employment performance and conduct concerns, and how to identify and prevent and respond to bullying, harassment, and discrimination complaints in the workplace. So once we have them trained, the principal is the first point of contact for most candidates at the school level. The principal's responsibilities in their hiring process include screening applicants, then interviewing and checking their references, and then recommending applicants to the human resources team. This is really small on this screen, but there are little tabs you can see up top, and one of them, this is what a principal would see, thank you, Tori, and they can click on those tabs, and like the second tab says documents. They can see the resume, the application, any cover letters that the candidate uploads. You can see on there they enter where they check references, the results of the background check. So principals have all of this at their fingertips, and as you can see at the bottom, they can monitor the status of that employee's application. So whether or not their background check is cleared, whether or not we're waiting on references or they've been scheduled for interviews. So this is the principal's role. So once a principal works through the screening process, they will then recommend to the HR team this candidate for employment. And then my team will start to screen their application from a different perspective. They'll look at licensure qualifications. They'll look at employment eligibility. They will also lay an extra set of eyes on those reference checks to make sure that those have been thoroughly vetted. And then they reach out to the employee or to the prospective employee with a welcome phone call to introduce themselves, welcome them to Brunswick County, greet them, and just let them know that they're being recommended to the superintendent and to the board, and to get the onboarding process started, which includes authorizing a background check of criminal records in the National Sex Offender Registry. And once they've cleared these hurdles, the HR specialists develop a personnel report, which is the report you get at each board meeting, and then the board reviews for approval, considers approval, and then at that point in time, the candidate, after they receive board approval, would be offered a contract for employment. And this is a screenshot. It's a lot, but just to show you, this is the onboarding documents that employees must complete. And that is why we go ahead and have our HR specialists reach out to them and start this process while we're working on the personnel report and building that out, because there's a lot that has to go up behind the scenes before a candidate can be cleared for employment with the school system. And just to give you some rough numbers on how many people we ran through this process last year, we hired 202 certified candidates went through this process, just over 103 classified, and then 183 substitutes. We ran through this process last year. So this is ongoing all year long now. And this is why we just keep this ball rolling while we build out those personnel reports and screen those applicants. There's a lot more to the process, I think, than we realized. So then just an overall timeline. Again, the principal screens, interviews, checks the references, and then prepares a recommendation. Comes to HR, we screen the candidate and verify their eligibility for employment. We reach out to them to start the onboarding process. During that time, the background check is being run. And then once we have those pieces in place, names are brought forward to the board for review. And then contracts are offered once employment has been approved. A few things that are new for this coming school year. It's always been best practice, these first three bullets, to interview multiple people for a position, to speak to the current supervisor or principal, and to complete at least 3 reference checks. But I'm requiring all of my staff to notify me and return any recommendations to the school site or to the school building level if these first 3 things have not been done. So we're looking very critically that the current supervisors have been contacted and spoken to on the phone, and we're building out forms in the online system where they'll enter this information.
I just want to add something real quick, Ms. Josie, if I may. Must speak to the current principal or supervisor. I just want to be clear with everyone that there really is only one person in every school building that has all of the information about what's going on with personnel, and that is the principal. Because I've heard, questions asked, well, what about an assistant principal? Well, assistant principals have access to some of the information, but they don't have access typically to all of the information. Only the principal has that. And it's done that way to protect the privacy of the staff members in the building. So that's the reason why it's imperative that when we check reference checks, that one of the references be the current principal. And, if the current, or if the current principal, if we're unable to get in touch with them after multiple tries, then we can look at the previous principal in their previous job. But typically, I can make a phone call to a superintendent colleague if I need to say, look, I really need to speak to a principal. We've been trying to get in touch with him for 3 weeks. And most principals don't want a superintendent to have to make that phone call because that's pretty embarrassing.
And when I use supervisor here, that is really referring more to, say we had a occupational therapist that we wanted to recommend, and they reported to like a central office supervisor instead of a principal. So when we say supervisor, we're talking about the person that evaluates that person at the end of the year.
Yeah.
Okay. And then new for next year, central office leadership will be attending some school-based interviews. There are positions that we've done this in the past, but next year we will be sending central office representation to the schools to assist with interviews for things like assistant principals or other leadership roles that are very public-facing roles, data managers, because we want to make sure that we're asking questions specific about our student information, treasurers because they deal with money, and our CTE staff because there are a lot of federal and federal regulations and state licensure requirements that are specific to CTE. So we'll be pushing into those just to provide, to advise and provide information to our school personnel on those specific nuances of those positions. And then finally, everything that we just talked about is really driven by Board Policy 7100, which is our recruitment and selection of personnel. These are the parameters that we operate within and how we proceed with this process in Brunswick County. And this did not show up great on the PDF, but that first column says that all applicants selected for employment or promotion must be recommended by the superintendent and approved by the board. No one shall be employed for a position until the position has been incorporated into the current budget by the finance officer. And so what triggers that is the board's approval of the personnel report. At that point in time, it's incorporated into the budget when the contract is drafted and they're offered that contract for employment. The middle column says in situations where employees must be hired between board meetings, the superintendent or designee is authorized to approve hiring of such personnel, but contingent upon board approval at the next scheduled meeting. If a person were to begin work and then not be approved by the board, we would compensate them for the days worked and then part ways at that point. And then the last column just says state guidelines must be followed in our selection and employment procedure, and those state guidelines are what drive the Board Policy 7100, and the superintendent shall develop any other procedures necessary to ensure effective hiring practices. So our HR team hopes that this overview has been helpful to help you respond to questions you may receive from the community about our hiring practice and how that unfolds in our school positions. Any questions?
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Board members, can I entertain a motion, please, to approve the personnel report as amended?
Motion.
Motion by Ms. Moffitt,
Second.
second by Ms. Cook. All in favor say aye.
Aye.
All right. And Finance Committee.
Good afternoon.
Afternoon.
Today I'm bringing back, we had spoke at the last, I'm sorry.
No.
Oh, sure. I got this one, I'm sure we spoke at the last meeting regarding our financial software upgrade and looking at contracting the syllogist who would be providing the software to come ahead and start that implementation. We'd like to get that rolling as we go into the new year, so I've brought the contract forward and asking that to just go on the consent agenda for the next meeting. Good.
Sounds good.
Consent agenda sounds good. No objections.
All right. The next one is budget amendments. We could go to those. This is our standard budget amendments. We've received a number of state allotment revisions over the last couple of months. I think the big one, we've got that school safety grant material budget that we received. Transportation, the state holds back a certain percentage of the budget every year and then allots it in April of the year, so that is what that amount is at $300,000. That'll go into salaries and fuel. And there's a Stop Arm grant that they received, and we received some funding from Indian Gaming for our textbook and digital resources fund. So I think those are the big ones on there. Yeah, for state. And then federal was probably the big one. That is, the state has finally come down and trued up all of our federal allotments for the year. We bring forth the budget at the start of the year with the planning allotments, and then throughout the year, typically it's by November, they true those up. Well, this year they've kind of drug their feet. So here is the true up of all of those grants that we kind of presented to you as we applied for them in the spring last year, and then as we had our planning allotments in the fall. So that is what those allotments are. As you can see, I think the big one there is the EC. The state changed the way that they applied for EC funding this year, and in doing so, they took a reduction. So of course we took reductions as well. Nursing services contracts, that is applied for based on the students we have in the district that need one-to-one nursing services. So Melissa applies for those grants, that 114, and that's funding we received for that. We had some summer program dollars in there as well. So this is what those true-ups are. Any questions on those? Capital, we received some, the state paid for some buses on our behalf, so that's what that is. It's the accounting entry to record that. And then we received our sales tax refund for last year, so that's appropriating the capital piece for capital to be able to spend. And then the special revenue fund, those are all pretty typical. I think the big one in there is, again, sales tax refund. We received that this year. We budgeted for the Career and College Promise Liaison. We received part of that funding from BCC, so we went ahead and put that on the books for the year. And other than that, they're all pretty straightforward. Do you have any questions on budget amendments? All right, I'll just ask they go on consent as well.
Okay.
And then, this actually may not take very long today either. My understanding is we may sit down again later on our summary of budget requests. So we still at this point have not received our allotments from the state. So we're kind of in a holding pattern to finalize our requests anyhow. I've given you the county change in funding for this year. That's pretty stable. I followed up with the county finance officer, and he said that that is still right in line with what we should expect from them. That additional amount from the state is what we're pretty confident we're going to get as far as truing up from this year, where they didn't give us additional funding when our student count went up from what they originally appropriated. So we know we're going to get at least that much, and then of course raises and so forth. So we've put that in to help balance the budget a bit. Now the remainder is going to be mostly things we've already talked about. The unavoidable cost increases, we've not changed those at all. So if we can just scroll on down a bit. The personnel requests is where we've seen some changes from the last time we brought this forward. I don't know, Mr. Cole, do you want to kind of speak to the thought process behind these, or do you want me to move forward and then you can just pipe in?
How much detail do we go into? I mean, if we're gonna do a work session with the strategic plan, I think we can just probably hammer that out then, unless the board members have any specific questions.
So if we just want to
I believe the board, they've been discussing having a work session on May 13th in the afternoon. That'll be focused on some more discussion on this draft strategic plan as well as the draft budget proposal. So I think maybe we can better serve this goal by waiting until then, and hopefully by then we'll have our state allotments.
That would be great.
As well.
That would be great. I'd feel better providing you with numbers when I actually had real numbers to work with, so.
Yeah, we just don't think it's fair to you to have to do a lot of guesswork and then have to do it again. So.
I appreciate it so much. I do. I'm good with that. So that was all I had then for today. And,
Okay.
See you in a couple weeks.
Anybody else?
Motion to adjourn.
Motion to adjourn by Mr. Long,
Second.
second by Ms. Moffett, all fair side.
Aye.
Handle that.